fun. It's a lie. It's probably not great fun. It's probably just mildly tedious, if anything. To be
You
honest.
mean you get like
Unmute.
hearing repeating over yourself, and it's like
Oh no, it's me.
it's me.
Not that guy. He's the worst. Let's see. Get all sent away. I remember
We
use
have
hopefully.
success on audio.
But is that just my audio or is that your audio?
Stuck on an ad, so
Okay.
I'm in.
So there's a thing.
Audio is fine.
Excellent. Thank you, folks. Did anyone watch the Matrix 4 trailer?
What? No?
No,
Please.
not yet.
Not yet.
I can't.
No,
My emotions are too high, Ryan. My emotions are too high.
Okay. So I'm kind of in that I like Keanu Reeves and I really like Carrie-Anne Moss kind of box, right? And I can't remember the actor's name, but not Morpheus looks great too.
Not Morpheus.
Well, no, it's somebody they've cast to basically fill that role, but it isn't Morpheus. Unless they've done like a massive hard reset. But it's not Lawrence Fishburne is what I mean by that. But the actor I've seen in loads of stuff and he is good. So I'm not worried about like the caliber of like the acting. I just worry what the movie's got to say anymore. If that makes sense.
Yeah, we did the.
Yeah, I feel like 1, 2, and 3 happened and it dealt with it. Whether people have opinions about that being done well or not is irrelevant. It said, here's the beginning and the end, which was the beginning of the end of the beginning of the end. And that's it.
Yeah.
And we got to leave. And that was good.
Start some new kind of work.
Yeah.
If it's a visual masterpiece the way the first one was for its time, I'll happily take it.
So here's my counter to that. First of all, The Matrix 1 is probably an actual revolution in cinema. It upped everybody's game and just showed people what was possible. Because if you look at other movies around 98, 99, they were garbage. Whether or not their stories were well written or not. But I don't think that's going to happen again. Not until I don't know, right? Like what's going to need to happen to make another fucking revolution in cinema? It ain't going to be a Matrix 4, as much as I would like it to be. I'm a fan of the Wachowskis. They have interesting visions. I've never not liked what I've seen of their work. Whether or not I think they're technically gifted or not is a different matter. I think they were very good at visuals. So yeah, I don't disagree with you, Natalie. I think it's only Lana Wachowski that's working on this one. I don't think it's
so.
What's the other one called? I can't remember what her name is now.
Another one with L.
Yeah.
I think there's both L's, which is why everyone gets tripped up.
Is it Laura? Okay, I'll look this up because I feel like
Wachowski sisters. Let's see, Lily and Laura.
Right,
Lily.
Not bad.
Oh, is it Laura? I could have sworn.
Hang on.
Like.
Oh, there's because there's more than one. Well, there's a pair of them, but they've also got other sisters as well.
Right.
There's Lana and Lily.
Lana is the one.
The filmmakers.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lana and Lily, and then there's also Laura and Julie.
Right.
So,
Okay. So I was right with Laura, just wrong completely with which sister it was.
Not one of
Okay. Cool. And Lana and Lily made The Matrix 1, 2, and 3, and Lana's taking over 4. Right, that makes sense. Because they had a hand, obviously, in Sense8, they had a hand in Cloud Atlas, they had a hand in Jupiter Ascending, and I liked visually everything of that. That was all great. But yeah, again, I hope it says something interesting, but it's weird seeing Keanu Reeves with facial hair in the movie. Because he's got facial hair in the movie.
Oh.
And to me,
he hasn't looked. He doesn't look different from John Wick.
Yeah.
He still looks like he could just walk back into John Wick.
Yeah, and I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I'm not being clean-shaven Neo. Because
We've only seen so much, and the Wachowskis are very good for not showing you everything in the trailer. They like to leave you enough, so that for all we know, we're going to get to a bit, and it's going to be like full reset Neo. totally shaved, no hair on the head, everything.
My worry is definitely that's going to be a CG face to give him though. That's my worry.
Oh.
But there's a tiny snippet from the trailer for you folks, as in GIF format, just that tiny little bit there. Can you see what I mean? Where I just feel like they just met at a convention, right?
I just feel it's odd because, like, it's been so much time. They've changed so much, and well,
hopefully they lean in with the story.
Sound mean, but she has aged a lot.
I mean, they both have. He has aged.
Has aged as much. Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. But it kind of like seems a bit disproportional. Like it previously, you looked at them and they seemed the same age. Now you look at them.
When was 3
they
out?
Don't.
When was 3 released? It was
like
2000.
2000
it's changed so much.
Or something maybe.
Matrix 3.
Yeah, 2005.
Oh yeah, good.
No,
yeah, not bad. So yeah, like 2003 for Matrix Revolutions. That wasn't yesterday, folks. So yeah, it's definitely going to be like you can't avoid aging, sadly, unless you're certain.
Of course, no.
Like what's nice.
It's maybe nice to see it more and less like here is a 50-year-old man and here is a 27-year-old woman who we're supposed to believe are the same age.
I mean, it's not so much he doesn't age; it's just that he chooses how to appear to us. I believe. Yeah.
It's like the reverse of was it Avril Lavigne and Tony Hawk who did a video where she has not changed at all.
Really hasn't though.
From the 2000s.
Well, there's the theory though that she's not the same person anymore; that she was replaced.
Oh my god, conspiracies!
Like,
oh my gosh!
Do you not know that? No, like there's like a massive theory about Avril Lavigne not being the same person anymore.
That's a very Beatles theory.
Avril Lavigne.
That's a lizard person theory.
Not quite, because that's got a lot of problematic backtones. The lizard theory. Yeah. But like Avril Lavigne's weird clone thing is definitely.
He died and was replaced by a clone named Melissa.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Like it's again here we are. Yep.
Is it Melissa Joan Hart, but in disguise?
No.
As Avril Lavigne.
Like, all the people in the world to clone. Why her though?
Because she died and it was mega popular. That's why.
She died. 2003.
Oh my god. 2003 when the last Matrix movie came out. Oh, it's all coming together.
It's all connected.
Wait a minute. We're in the Matrix. No.
Nope, get off that train now.
I've got to, so first of all, can we all just appreciate that we're about to roleplay? Can we appreciate that based on the tone of the conversation we just had? And then maybe close our browsers from cloned conspiracy theories about Avril Lavigne. We'll get started. Okay, so welcome to the Keepers of the Golden Gate Conspiracy Theory Special Edition. It's the 10th of September, or is it? It's 2021. I'm Ryan, the GM. It's session 105. Here are the players.
Hi, I'm Adrian, and I play Arya Bluebird, the half-elf druid.
Excuse me.
Sean and Bastiel, the Wolf cleric.
Scott got too old, so he's been replaced by, not Scott, who
by Tony Hawk.
By Tony Hawk, who's playing not Crumbar, the half-orc, not paladin.
So confused.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I'm playing Isla, the Tiefling Sorcerer.
Hi, I'm Natalie, and I'm playing Maratus, the Dark Elf Wizard.
Hi, I'm Callie, and I play Serene, the Furbolg Ranger.
Definitely nearly choked to death on my latte, laughing at Adri being caught laughing before her intro. Defo not inhaling latte into my lungs.
Delicious coffee vapor to keep you awake all night.
Oh dear.
Just getting it straight into the bloodstream.
This is it. Drowning myself.
The best way to drink coffee.
In the most alert way possible.
Look into my veins.
Oh dear. So yeah, 105 is where we're at, I'm sure. There we go.
Big number.
What do you remember from last time?
Not dying.
Okay. What about being replaced?
Oh yeah, I mean that happened.
Conspiracy theory immediately destroyed.
He just had to go somewhere else.
Anything else? That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, that was a whole session.
Pa did big reveal. Celeste is the Phoenix. Everybody absorb that.
Pa being his usual fun self.
Also, for that information, Pa is owed the Rod of Pa, or whatever the Rod of Pa has been morphed into at the end of this scenario.
When we're done with it.
Yeah. And half the party agreed to that.
Yeah.
The other half were not there. Because they didn't come on the fun train adventure and instead have an emotional conversation.
Emotional conversations. Yes, we're going to just hand over what is a weapon that can apparently just like clink shut an abyss gate to a guy that doesn't really have a clue by the sounds of things 80% of the time. I'm not worried.
I mean, the first thing he did was deceive me like some supercomputer AI. Like,
and he never gave you well.
Oh no! My most sincere apologies. We forgot the most important part of the last session. Bastille learned what buoyancy is.
What happens when you put a really heavy robot man in the sea?
Yes. And that shark should not be the first thought of how to fix it.
It is gloriously critical role though in that moment. That's again.
Shark.
Ryan, can my goal be get tail armbands?
No. No. You can maybe just get Bastille.
That's why.
Maybe a more conscientious, not conscious, cautious player. That's what you're looking for there.
If we were to try and calculate all the shit Bastille is going to do, he's going to end up like Bender from Futurama, where he just morphs into different shapes for all the inevitable nonsense that's going to get committed by him alone.
Hey, I'm 40% convenience.
Oh dear. So okay, yeah, right,
dear.
yep. So we had some Pa. We had some.
We learned we couldn't talk to trains.
No, you couldn't.
Tried.
Yep, you could not read the thoughts of the train.
This summary is making us seem very smart.
We so smart. What are you talking about?
I'll do
Big brain time.
Me and Maratis had a proper introduction and have agreed to be friends for the time being.
Tenuous, but we're gonna.
Caveats are important, okay?
We found out you're a wizard, Harry.
And then Serene gave Maratis a bit of a telling off, and Maratis did not seem happy with it.
Maratis got upsetty spaghetti.
He got upsetty spaghetti and went upstairs. Oh.
We had nighttime jaunt with Lunaria and some of the gang as well, and then they put the fear of Durigar into her.
Yeah, but Bastille gave her a present.
Yeah.
Gave it back.
Yeah.
Did you end up with it back?
She handed it back before she animal shaped into a bird. I can't remember what bird, but she became Burb and went yeet.
It was a giant eagle, but yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Yep, giant shapes. Yeah. Mega Lunaria. No.
No, that's what Moreno tried to do. And me and Isla had to panic counterspell a few episodes ago.
Gosh.
How else are you meant to get the
tracked
attention
him
of the
down.
stone man, right? Giant stone man, how are you going to get his attention? Be a giant pretty man.
We again have just left Moreno in the sea by
It's
himself.
gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine.
He was smelling gold.
Yeah.
This isn't good.
It's gonna be fine.
And
Don't worry about it.
you know from a cutscene, at least as well, that he bumped into Pa.
He did.
Yeah.
So Pa just likes the sounds of things like a nightly jaunt to Omen every night, just like, I'm going to wander around here. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, there are no gods in Omen.
Magic. Come to the Magic City.
Right.
For like, I don't know, a cocktail or something like that. I don't know. Pa seems pretty.
No, he had a pretzel.
Oh, you had
He
a
didn't like
pretzel,
the
of
pretzel.
course.
I ate the pretzel.
Okay, guys, that is the fun side of Magna that he had to get rid of to become.
So was he originally called like Magnapa?
Is this like the
They got
Dilljag
separated.
shaking a scenario? It's like most of the year he's this, and then once this happens.
So is it in reverse where they expelled into the Sheogorath part? Is that what happened?
Maybe.
Oh dear. So is he a normal person? And then they separated him to weird order being and like silly nonsense person?
We don't like the word normal in this house. No, we don't.
Okay. I mean, okay.
Oh, no.
Weird person? Yeah.
Anomaly. It's just at this point, I don't know. Pa genuinely worries me that somebody that powerful is just like what he is. It's like, oh no.
I love how much we just go along with things, and I feel Natalie's like, wait, why are you guys? Stop it! These people are weird. We're like, they seem fine. What are you talking about?
Fine. This guy just turns up out of nowhere with a pretzel and is just talking about the literal fabric of the universe.
I will say again that Moreno was entirely. He showed up. I offered him pastry. He knew my name, and I assumed it was fine. That's how we got Moreno.
Yep.
So the route to Isla's heart is pastry or cake.
Well, I had
confectionery.
Yes, but I think it's maybe I offer pastry and they turn it down so I get to eat it. I think that's the trick.
Okay. Okay. Duly noted.
It's a very niche trick, right? It doesn't always pan out. You lose a lot of pastries in the attempts, but oh dear. Okay, so I guess a lot of that happened. Yeah. If not all of it. Yeah. Goals. Let's look at those. Because, yep. This is a thing we're all in.
Goals are a thing.
Right, Scott, what are the goals?
Yes. We have goals.
We have a few of them. Although Crumbar does not.
Crumbar has no goals.
Crumbar's still goalless. Oh.
So what are the goals, Crumbar?
Wandering aimlessly.
Goals are to get Crumbar a goal.
Nope. What are the goals, Crumbar?
So the goals are get a new Iojanus. Find out the flaws with the wards, wards with the flaws, flawed to the thingy. Locate the fucking JJW. Fire the Black Fang Spear.
Yep, that's fine. Yep. And then Arya, your personal goal.
Well, I want to find the cost of freeing the plant being.
Like about 350. Bastille?
Exchange information about the Phoenix, bribe.
Okay.
Do I need to explain that?
I mean, no.
Amazing.
You can though. Go for it. Why not?
As in, we have something that everyone's researched here, and it's probably worth something to someone that we know what it is. The answer.
Okay. So you're willing to sell out Celeste that easily. Good to know. Serene.
Yeah.
I actually want to know what is in the plants. What is it?
It's in the pot.
And Isla.
Uncover new information about tieflings and possible link to the Abyssal Bridge.
And Moratus.
Learn about mastering or removing the Elf Queen's connection.
Yeah. So, I'm gonna assume this is maybe my first mistake of many to come. You don't stay at the docks for too long, given everything. Because the last shot we had was you kind of being left there after agreeing with Pa, signing the contract with the magical sigils and everything, and then him just like fading away. Where did you just go after that? What was the team plan? Was it to chill in the city at night under the nice moonlight?
Not gonna find some plans to see if I could talk to them with detect thoughts.
Oh.
I feel like that was vaguely a plan. I don't remember why, because I feel we know it's under the city. I feel that was a thing we knew.
Oh, well,
but we could try, because it would tell us it has an intelligence of more than 3 or something.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If I could talk to it.
Okay.
So we maybe try and dry Bastiel off a bit and go and find a park.
Okay, yeah, interesting. Right, you can head off.
I tried to dramaturgy him dry, knowing that it doesn't
just
work.
blowing dramatic wind at him.
And wishing I had prestidigitation.
I think, like, dramaturgy probably could do it after. Like, it'd just be tedious, right?
Yeah, it'd be like a hairdryer.
Yeah.
A hairdryer.
But I think it could achieve it, just it wouldn't be subtle, right? It would be like standing with a hairdryer.
Yeah. I do have gust. I could maybe just...
Yeah.
Big hairdryer.
So yeah, you just head off that way. We'll have the very brief cutscene of Lunaria sailing through the sky and landing in her garden, shifting back into herself, walking inside, rushing upstairs, not negotiating her way into through the house. I'm assuming, Maratis, that you'll be in your room, or are you still bathing?
Nope. I am in the piano room.
You're in the piano room, right? So you'll hear obviously like the main door of the house like being opened and like essentially slammed shut, just by the sheer force of drama alone. She'll search the house. She'll go straight to obviously her, like the side of the house that has all the bedrooms, and then eventually you hear the clack clack clack. Get to the room that you're in, and you'll just like feel her presence in the doorway. Maybe there's like the big long shadow across the marble floor as she sees you in the piano room, and then there's just like a long beat of silence. It lasts maybe like 5 seconds, unless if you can let it linger, or do you say anything?
If you would allow me, mighty GM, in the time that everyone was away, and I think Crumbar and Serene went to sleep, Maratis has contacted someone to come and repair the piano in that time, and has had the piano since fixed, and he's just kind of sitting like idly pressing keys.
Right, okay.
And he just kind of, as soon as she opens the door, he just stops and looks like.
I think if you've been hitting keys, I think like if she walks in the first time, she'll hear a key. She'll obviously will abandon her search.
Okay.
And navigate towards. We'll streamline that journey for her.
Okay.
And then she'll like see you, kind of look at her, and then she'll. You're well then. She just like walks as you start talking across. Walks right up to you, kind of looks at the piano briefly, and looks back at you and says, "Your companions are disturbing."
I am aware.
And she like takes the seat on the chair next to you, and she like hits a couple of notes as if testing the tuning of it. And then
I take my hands away to let her do that. Like that was what he was probably trying to do. But he's not that good.
She'll just kind of like tinkle away, and she'll say, "They have crossed paths with things from my past that I do not wish you to experience." And she kind of like she'll stop playing and she'll look at you like just painfully in the eyes. Whether or not you hold her gaze or not, it's up to you. But she then says,
"I will, because I want to try and like figure out like what she means. Is it something like unpleasant? Is she scared? Is she angry?
Do you want to roll insight? That's a good.
If you would like me to, I will.
Yeah, it's a good scene to have.
Mama Bear, nope.
Okay, so to you, she either looks scared, angry, upset, or a mix of all of them. But it's hard
not
to
good.
pin
Not
down.
good.
Yeah. You just know that you don't see this side of her often. And maybe the last time you saw it was before you were an omen as well. When things weren't exactly certain, shall we say, back in the underworld. So she then says, "Did you read up on the Duragar?" It's potentially unlikely, but I'll let you roll an Arcana, or a History, either or.
I would say Arcana just because of his thingy. No.
Okay. Yep. Nope. We're
gonna climb the numbers slowly.
You know of them, but you don't know anything about them other than it's something that a lot of people try and avoid because you know it was essentially like covered up to the point where it's almost like urban legend-esque levels of...
When she says that, I kind of look at her and just go, like the stories you would tell me, the ground, like the boogeyman.
Your colleague, Bastiel, states they still live. Like, her voice is like shaking in that as well when she says, like, still live.
His eyes widen at that. You can't be serious. He can't be serious. He has... It's a silly machine. He's probably remembering things that aren't even his memories. Things made by his creator.
She looks at you again and she says, if you are to leave Omen, I want you to send me when you can. If it goes a week and I have not heard from you, I will come looking for you.
Well, you should stay here in Oman. It's safe.
And perhaps you should send me often, and I won't have to leave.
I will. Promise you, I will. Every night before I go to my rest, I will send you a message. I promise.
She then she puts like a hand on like your shoulder, or like kind of like the not like resting on top of it, but like touching the side of it. And kind of like rubs her thumb into it, and then she just says, "Merely update me on changes of location, and if there is something I should worry about. I would not necessarily need you to be put out by this need to contact me every single day." And she smirks. I am a little bit, which is unusual for her. So you can tell this entire like conversation she's had with Bestial has rattled her. And then she says, "But if I do lose contact with you, I would hope that you'd have sent me the last location you had travelled to or were planning to go to, so I can start my search there." She then like kind of plays a couple of other notes at the side of the piano, and then kind of closes the lid and says, "Be sure to treat these guests with caution." And then kind of starts walking away, essentially.
Before she gets out, he just kind of runs the back of his right hand across like the kind of key field on the piano. Sorry about this. Wraps his knuckle off the top of the piano.
And then she kind of just like stops, still staring, dramatically lit from the open door and the whole lighting coming into the room, and kind of just like half turns over her shoulder and says, "You fixed a mistake. There is nothing to be sorry for now. Be careful. I don't even believe it's safe in Omen anymore." And she continues walking.
He kind of just sits and looks at the piano and then kind of rubs his face as he tries kind of to recall anything about the Duergar, but his brain's just coming up with like the boogeyman stories from his mum.
Yeah,
like,
you'll definitely need to consult somebody else. Probably an Omen if you want to know any more about that. Yeah. Assuming they'll know. But there's probably some kind of like person that specialised in that stuff, if they even know about it. So yeah.
And he will get up and he will proceed to go and meditate for his 4 hours.
Perfect. So we'll go back to Team Night Walk. Right, so we've now got like the survey team at the park. Yep. Talk me through this.
Bastiel's just like slightly crouching and he's just got his fingers over his eyes like, "Look at me, I'm a Duergar." Taking the bits out of it. Nah.
I was going to say, yeah, no.
I feel we'd just be like, "What?"
crouch down, transform into some kind of surveying equipment. You know?
Yeah, that would be great. Can you become a radar?
It's like, sadly, no, just because it's a kid's cartoon now, apparently. He transforms into it, and just a large microscope.
Great, let's see the mineral composites of the soil. Okay. What? I kind of look at Arya, and I'm like, Serene just tried to talk to it? I've never talked to a plant before. I don't really know if this is going to work. What?
I mean, it can't hurt. Some of them are odd, but it can be done. I know.
I feel because I think some kind of sentience is maybe granted through, and I can just sense what's there. So I guess this will only work if whatever is connected to the plants is actually in all of them. Oh, I guess let's just try. I'm going to sit down on the floor. I'm going to put my fingers into the ground. I'm like, I don't know if this is how this works. And I'm going to cast Detect Thought.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm going to try and see if the plant has any thought. I'll try and be near something that has roots, relatively deep ones that might go towards something deeper.
Do you mean like a tree, for example?
Yeah, a tree was definitely what I was thinking.
Yeah, there can definitely be a tree.
Cool.
Can you roll a couple of things for me? I need you to roll a D100.
Oh God. Okay.
Yep. We'll do it in line, right? So let's start with the D100.
Roll 100.
Now an Arcana check.
Okay. Arcana. Jumping around all the pages.
Mm-hmm.
That's not great.
Now a Wisdom save.
Oh, I'm not great at that. Hey, that's not terrible.
Lucky 13.
It's not great. Yeah.
So.
Still not good though. I need to stop trying to jerry rig spells.
Yeah.
I feel this goes wrong every time.
Okay, so you push in with your magic, with Detect Thoughts, reaching out for something to latch on to. And there is. And it's a bit like, see if you go to try and I don't know, you open a cupboard and you go to lift something out and then realize the pile's coming out and you go, oh, I regret all this, and you try and push it all back in, but it just decides to come you anyway. Well, you tried to with your Wisdom save, right? And this thing pushed back.
Oh no.
So, to everybody else, you see Isla lean down, hand in the ground, making the connection just at the base of the tree, while you, I guess, busy yourselves in other ways nearby, trying to give her moral support. Her eyes are going her magical blue, she's got her staticky electricity around her. And she seems to be in the zone, is the best way to put that. But for Isla, you are in a very, very large, dark cave. Okay? And you only the only time you only realize that is because there's silence, and then I assume, again, perhaps mistake number 2 of this evening, that you then would speak to something, you would throw your voice out to say hello or something. Right? So what would come to Isla's mind?
Hello?
And that's where the echo happens, and you realize this place is huge. And that kind of gives you that sense of, I realize actually my dark vision is working.
Yes. It's
right?
Just okay, cool.
Right? So then all of a sudden
I think
yeah, I'll go for it. Yep.
I think you probably go, oh, not again.
There's then a big pulse of red light in the center of the cave. Very, very large, pulsy thing. And it looks a little like this. So everybody brace yourselves for a pop-up.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
No VPN.
Natural being?
Okay, cool.
Right?
That is a thing.
So this big red kind of orb thing seems to have like strung itself to the base of the, like, it's like suspended hanging from the top of the cave. And you can only tell that through the lighting it's kind of projecting up with this almost creepy spider webbing of, like, you know, growths is as far as I'm gonna go there. Yeah. So.
Balls in the mountain.
That just wakes up. You can feel it, by the way, when it, like, as if. You know, the whole, like, kind of like if you're like lying, kind of half dozing, and then you can just tell someone's there, kind of ESP thing. When it lights up, you just feel that consciously. I say consciously very loosely based on what's happening.
But also, detect thoughts is up. So, like, any.
You can't sleep here. There are enemies nearby.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't sleep with your head towards the door.
Just let me push the select button, damn it. So yeah, what do you do?
You're gonna stare at it for quite a while. Just kind of there, like, okay, this wasn't what I was expecting.
It slowly gets brighter. Very slowly, because if you've been staring at it for a while, you notice it's starting to, like, either your eyes are adjusting, which wouldn't make sense because your eyes are magically adjusted anyway, or this thing is getting brighter. But again, very slowly. There's still nothing else from it.
Yeah, I think I would ask. I think I'd be like, can you speak?
As you say that, there's like a kind of psychic wave of almost feedback in your head, and you can just make out through the not the feedback, the kind of almost distorted words, and you hear, like, you know, missing words, like, and then missing words again, speak.
Oh.
It sounds very warped though.
Oh, maybe I'm not using the right frequency. Hi. My friend spoke to you, I think.
And then there's like a kind of almost pulsing of the light, just like once. And then you realise maybe it wasn't a pulse, maybe something's inside and it moved.
Oh. Can I get closer?
Yeah, you can work your way in the weird cave. Yeah.
Is there any, like, other, like, atmospheric sense? Is it hot? Is it cold?
You maybe are now realising this is either the perfect room temperature room, or you can't tell that.
Or I'm like,
I think you're asking
astral projecting or something.
Yeah.
I think you're asking a question. You should be asking, is it hungry?
Oh dear.
Does the room smell of amniotic fluid? And should you be, like, not going near it?
Nope, I'm still going. Maybe there's a dragon inside. I'm going towards.
Your dragon girlfriend will be sad if you get nommed.
So.
She won't know.
You head through the cave.
In a cave.
Yeah.
My body's up there. Who knows?
So you start heading through the cave. You kind of like do that thing, all good movies, where you slide down the side of the cave into the, you know, because it's like almost like a huge oval shape. Maybe is this the shape of this place? But it does feel like loose ground or stone though. That you're moving down. and then yeah, you kind of like could be directly underneath it if you wanted. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm doing that.
Yeah, or you could be like just off to the side of it, where this big huge thing is.
I think I'd approach like to the side, and then if I didn't immediately get eaten.
Yeah, no, like it again. It's just this glowing kind of red kind of thing, yeah, hanging from the ceiling. There is no. It doesn't
still
seem
loading, guys. It's still loading.
It doesn't seem to like move or anything. Yeah.
Can I get? Can I do like a vibe check? Am I getting an evil vibe? Does it just seem like desperate and sad?
So
like what vibes am I getting?
I would say you maybe need more information before you could gauge on like an insight check, because I feel like the difficulty would be 30 at the moment on an insight check.
Yeah.
So if you can do something that gives you more info to work with, I can lower that significantly. And you do have a whole team of people in the player agency team, right?
Yeah, I feel like it's rude to ask the big glowy thing, can you flash once for yes and twice for no?
No.
But that's where my brain's at.
Do you think it's sentient? Like
yes. Yes, it's spoken. It's spoken to Serene and Naomi, sort of.
No, in a way,
it definitely seems aware.
Social conventions, like, does it care? I think you can just kind of go up and touch it and stuff.
She can't. She's not tall enough to.
Yeah, I'm like. Oh.
Yeah.
It's suspended feet above you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Got polymorph or something. I don't know.
Again, astral protection.
Poke it with a stick. I don't know.
A really long stick.
Yeah.
Love
if only we still had the rod of power.
Oh, shame. Can I gauge from like, are they like almost like tree roots and growths holding it?
It's hard to tell in the lighting that you're in, and the distance you are away. This thing is probably beyond your like dark vision range. So the very fact that it's what do you call it? So it is probably about 60 feet above you, and then there's still its size, and because let's say it's maybe about another 20 feet by 20 feet, big, and then all the kind of growths coming from it, holding it to the roof. That again you can only see because it's casting this red light now.
Yeah.
So do you have like a light spell of any kind that you could give yourself a bit more?
I worry that I'm technically concentrating on detectables. I don't really know what would happen if I dropped that, or if I'd be able to drop that.
Or if you'd even get back.
Yeah, maybe I'm just now at two people. Okay. I think I'd like, if you can hear me, I guess. If you're powering the plants, do you know why? Why are the plants so important here?
And there's like this slowly building light level again, remember? Very, very gradually. As it kind of like starts to get... Again, I want to say brighter and brighter, but it makes it sound like it's way more impressive than it actually is. So I've got a kind of doodle. So, for everybody, here we go, is some beautiful art. There you go.
Magic.
That is
look how little I am.
Beautiful.
So that's a side view of the cave thing she's in, with this big glowy red thing, and she's at the bottom.
So I'm not... Everything I've said I have had to shout, essentially.
No, because the acoustics in here are great.
Oh yeah, it's really good. Okay, yeah. Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So you said, was it why are you like? Do you know why you were powering the plants or something? Was that your question?
Yeah, it's sort of because I remember they were being used by the plants, but it's a bit like why the plants? What's why not the railways or the magic? Like what's
why do the plants need power?
Yeah, why what's gone wrong here? But
okay.
The plants aren't just plants.
So as I said, it's slowly building in cut, like I said, like I guess light level, and then you're getting like a better look at the kind of almost, as I said, weird growths that are all around the top of it that are growing out. Do look a lot from this distance like big, huge branches growing from it, like big roots, in a way as well, emanating from this, but it doesn't respond to that. So I don't know why I didn't just put like your token just where you were.
Right. No, I like the little blue drawing.
Yeah, good. I'll leave it as that then.
It seems like a good size comparison.
Yeah. Oh.
Isla's very like, I didn't actually expect this to work. I was definitely just doing it so we could say we'd done it. Now I'm in a cave. Cool.
Okay.
You can always ask it for its name.
Yeah. Did we that's what I'm trying to remember. What did Serene ask it when she talked to it through the plants? What did we get from that?
It was just kind of like, are you trapped? Are you are you happy? Just general Serene questions.
What's your favourite flower?
What's your favourite flower? What's it like in there? Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure both like you and Arya did ask or inquire towards like what is it or what's its name. I'm sure you did.
Yeah. It didn't seem to know.
Like, what are you and stuff, and it was that just didn't.
Mm-hmm.
It just said like we are trapped and stuff again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like we just are.
It seemed kind of frustrated that it couldn't give answers. It was almost like annoyed that it couldn't articulate itself properly.
Mm-hmm. There was definitely a sense of frustration.
Were you always here, and who put you here would be interesting questions from my point of view.
I feel like we know it wasn't always here because it was taken from somewhere.
Yeah, I think it said taken.
Yeah.
But it doesn't know how long it's been here because it's always been dark.
Yeah,
so it can't even gauge how long it's been there.
That's why I kind of wanted to see the gross things to see if I could somehow judge like how old they were.
Okay, notes I have. Why have you trapped us? We're in the centre.
Yeah, we definitely seem to be in the centre.
Why won't you help us? We are here, all one, save us. Taken for the plants, free us.
Okay.
It might take might have some sort of information on the passing of seasons, because I'm guessing it might.
No, remember I asked that.
Knowledgeable to the soil when.
Yeah, we asked like how many winters and
there is no winters in Omen because Omen keeps itself.
Winters. No, I'm not thinking winters. I'm thinking there might be maybe a time of year when it's slightly more rainy.
Omen's controlled. Omen's climate controlled, basically, so it's consistently perfect weather. So it can't even gauge it with that.
Yeah, so the plants probably bloom all year.
I'm you, Ryan, in your perfect city.
It's not my perfect city. It's Magna's perfect city.
And you are Magna.
Damn it, so I am.
The truth is revealed!
My plot.
I think I like.
You've been back this whole time, you bastard.
I mean, like, detect thoughts is a really easy spell to do, right? I'm sure everyone can do it here. So the fact that it worked, I think, means it wanted you. It kind of like invited you in. So, and also, if all it ever says is free us, I kind of think it wants you to kill it. But yeah.
I love that that's Bastiel's go-to.
Type them at once.
It means
freedom, death.
Now, granted, this is a magical astral projection, as we have established. So I don't think Isla doing anything in here is going to actually do anything in here.
But to be fair, I haven't tried.
You haven't tried.
So I could definitely try.
Ask
something.
it if it is an egg, and how do we hatch you?
Ask it what it needs.
Yeah, I think I'd do something like how. Serene said you wanted to help. How can we help? I kind of look at how big it is and how tiny I am.
And you say that, and
You're
then
not tiny.
there's like a pulsing again. And again, it does definitely look like there's something moving inside.
Is the pulsing like a heartbeat?
No, I mean the light itself is pulsing,
right.
but now that she's like right underneath it and looking up, she can see it is like something big inside is moving. Hence why this light is changing. Yeah. And then there is the pressure again. As it kind of like that kind of warped speech comes back to you, and it's a bunch of like again you're kind of when you heard the warped speech back, it was almost like a kind of twisted version of your own speech put back. And this seems like it's like stole bits of your words, kind of constructed them as best it can, and it just says, "Free us."
It's a big bioluminescent slug that's going to try and eat you. That's my bet.
I quite like Callie's suggestion.
Yeah. So
Yep.
Oh, for sure, we're definitely free.
Kenku. Oh, I would love a Kenku.
Giant Kenku pal. Hell yeah.
Would love it.
Can I'm going to try something. I don't know if it will work. Maybe I can get a better idea of how to free you. Oh. Okay.
You already get a reply that says, try to free us. Is the warped reply you get.
Oh. How many of you are there?
And then there's the slamming on the big kind of like red orb.
Oh god.
Like kind of like, and you, like again, the whole cave shakes, and you see like the big outline of like a big hand.
Cool.
Yep.
Okay.
And
cool.
And then you hear, try. There is a desperation to that sound.
Oh, okay. How far above me is it?
About 60 feet, as I said. It is.
Okay, cool. Okay.
I mean, with your height, it's 55.
Yay!
Yeah.
Staring at all of my spells. Because my go-to is, okay, if I can become something that fly, hey, I might be an astral protection. I'm going to try and, like, will myself. I'm pretty sure it's not my actual body here. Yeah?
Hey, I mean, you just tell me what you're trying. I'll let you know what you need to do.
I'm going to try and, like, use my gust cantrip and just, like, jetpack myself up towards it.
Hey, can you give me
just to see if, like, the power of thought works here.
Give me a wisdom save, please. Actually, no, I'll let you use a charisma save instead.
Okay. Yeah. I'm slightly better at that. Oh.
I'm so confused as to why you're jetpacking to the thing.
I want to get closer. I want to see what's going on.
So, you...
I like that. Can we just all notice that +2, 13, +10, still got 13?
Yep. There's clearly a cap on this, right? So you can like do that kind of almost dream logic of going, well, if I know I'm dreaming, I can control the dream.
Yeah.
And you start to like try and assert your control over it. And maybe there is like you feel like almost the surge of gust about to happen, but then you realise not actually.
Oh, Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, which means it's not to say it wouldn't have worked. It's just that you didn't make it happen. You weren't able to assert enough power, perhaps.
How to be it, or where is this?
I don't know if they'd know if they're in this. Yeah. Out of interest, how much does the red glow mirror the red glow of the Eye of Janus?
Insofar as it's like a red glow.
They're both red.
Yeah, like.
But not like, oh, this is suspiciously.
It doesn't. This doesn't resemble anything you've ever seen the Eye of Janus do before, other than glow red.
Cool.
Right.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So I'd check. It's red. No, it's worth checking.
Yeah. I get you.
I don't think there's much I can do here like this. If you can send me back, my friends and I can try and help.
And the response you get is like the thing kind of like a very significant raising of the light level in here. Like very, very bright red glow. The entire place is kind of lit up in a very kind of red tint. And it says, try, free, friend. And then you awake in the park.
In that moment of bright light, can I have tried to look as much as possible at like what's holding it? Is there any entrance to this cave? Like anything that I could see in that light?
Roll perception!
You should have tried just shooting a hole through it.
No.
No, the thing inside, just the
So can we listen to the boys' suggestions, folks? Right? So kill it or shoot it.
Go ahead and shoot it.
And they're like, make friends. Friend, not foe.
Fucking
If I couldn't cast a gust cantrip, I do not think I would be able to cast anything.
That isn't an egg, that's a cage. And if it's a big scary thing being put in a cage for a reason, letting it out might be very bad.
Well, why don't we ask your mother? Because she clearly put it there.
Mum didn't do that. I don't think Mum did. I think maybe Magna, but Mum.
Yeah,
no.
I feel it's Magna. Something up with the plants.
You can have write this down somewhere, Isla, but you can have an 18 roll of perception and any questions you want to like ask me regarding that cave if you wish.
Cool.
Anything specific you want to know other than you see no way in or out, right?
Okay.
So you saw like no way in or out because it seems like in fact, I'll give you as much as it looks like it isn't naturally made.
Okay.
Right? So this looks like an artificially made, hollowed out shape. How you know that, I don't know or care. That's just something you can tell.
Cool. I live in mountains.
Yeah.
Like, I know caves.
Yeah.
That seems legit.
Perfect. It makes sense, right? Carved stone versus, natural.
Natural.
Yep. So, I imagine there was exploring in the mountain as well, so I imagine lots of caves come up. So you can tell.
Sometimes the storms got bad.
Exactly.
We went inside.
Yeah. So there's that. You can tell that much. Anything else you wanted to ask about that? You're asking me something about the roots?
Yeah, I was trying to see if I could gauge anything from like the age of the roots.
Not like, really, other than old and this looks like proper old forest levels of like it's not. This wasn't just planted yesterday.
Yeah.
This kind of reminds you almost of it's like the huge trees from like the kind of wildwoods. Like it's big old roots.
Okay.
Yeah.
And anything like again with the brightness, any kind of shape inside? Could I see anything more than?
No, that made it harder to see. Almost like it's almost like
fair.
the thing kind of like was bathed in the red light.
And if I saw a hand, could I make a rough estimation of? Was it a humanoid hand?
Fingers.
Yeah, like
nope. It was just like a shape that slammed
Okay, and I assumed
decide.
hand because it would make sense.
Yep.
Okay, cool. And yeah, they seemed like desperate and sad.
Yeah, like there was definitely like desperation, frustration. Those are the two main vibes you got from that. Yeah,
but not like
there was no malice.
Angry. Yeah, let me out so I can kill things. No, just very
no malice.
I don't know why I mean
proper desperation and proper frustration.
Yeah, and this seems like not great. I'm not cool with this. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So you come back to the park above.
And then I like lie down on the grass. There's
time for a nap?
Oh, there's definitely something in the plants. We should maybe go to the house where no one can hear. And then I like gesture.
Okay.
So not in the water.
No. Bastiel, you are not allowed near any water. I forbid it.
Chuckles and we walk off into the night.
Into the sea.
No. Please no.
Stop making me wet.
Okay. Anything else to do other than jump on a train back to, home? Air quote.
Yeah. I would wait. I would fill them in, but I would almost wait till we were in what I assume Erasmus's house is like safe ground now. I'm like, we can talk there. It seems good.
Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna wait for you to get back there. And Crumbar and Serene. After Maratus leaves your immediate company, you two are like the last two in the house, I guess, in theory. So, anything happening there, or did you just turn in for the night? What is the scene there?
Probably just turn to Crumbar after Maratus had kind of wandered off and be like, was I a little too harsh, maybe?
And then Scott realizes he's muted.
Crumbar.
And then hopefully it comes back to us.
Oh my god, I've been sorry. I've missed all that. Glenn was talking to me there for a minute. What has happened?
So this is back when Maratus left you, after Serene spoke to him. So it's now just you and Serene. We're having that scene. That's where you are. Yep.
So I just kind of asked, like, was I maybe a little too harsh to Maratus?
I'll be like, rubbing my chin and stuff, because it's not that I Crumbar wouldn't think that you've been too harsh. I would just be like, I think your timing was off. Maratus is just shown a vulnerable side, and I think what your words may have hit deeper than they meant to.
I hope he doesn't take it too much to heart. I was just trying to make him see a bit clearer.
And I was just, again, I was just thinking on that, but I'll just pop out with. I'm glad it was you that said it. Somebody was going to sooner or later, and it may have gotten a bit more heated if it was someone else.
If it was you mean?
And I'll just be like, smiling, I'll be like, I'm glad you know me so well. In such a short time.
I think if perhaps maybe wait for the others to come home and then bedtime, I think.
When you say that, you just hear Crumbar just make like the biggest yawn ever, and I was just like, you may wait for the others if you wish. I am going to go claim a bed. As for Marathis, speak to him in the morning. Things always seem better. And yeah, you just Crumbar just says, like gives you a little kind of like nod good night and just they'll vacate to the sleeping vicinities.
Facilities, yeah. So yep, Crumbar turns in for the night. I mean, Serene, you got run of the house, it seems. What are you gonna do?
Oh.
Kill it.
Explore every
I wanna touch all the things.
Just move all the vases slightly.
Go in all the rooms we're not supposed to, and no.
Suddenly, Serene learns what Marathis' mother's possibility is.
Become house.
Yep. That was her class property.
Just kind of wait in the room kind of nearest the front door. I don't know whether there's like a big foyer or something.
Yeah, so you've got like you've got the foyer itself, right? Where like you've got the kind of big fountain with the weird like illusion birds and Ruya. You've got this 2 staircases that go up either side up to like a kind of balcony. Big middle doors into that balcony is like the big music room that we've discussed a lot. One side's obviously bedrooms, another side is another part of the house we haven't explored. No mystery there at all. And then downstairs, when you walk in into the left, it's like a lounge area that leads into a dining room. And that's where you have primarily spent your time.
We'll probably go up and stay in the kind of foyer bit next to Ruya.
Yeah.
And I might just kind of, just talk to her and just be like, what's with this fountain? Why do you like it so much?
Yeah, I think Ruya says, nice lady, make good water.
Oh.
And then like splashes in it.
I kind of splash her a little bit back, like playfully.
And then Ruya says, you should try some.
I try the water.
Yep. And besides tasting slightly of Ruya, yep.
Oh no.
Yep, it's very, very like sweet tasting.
It's different.
Has like a kind of weird aftertaste to it. It's got like a very nice kind of sweet aftertaste to it. So like you drink it, it tastes like normal fresh water, very kind of chilled fresh water, and then after like once that kind of that watery non-taste goes away, there's that weird sweet aftertaste.
It's nice. Just wait for the others to come back.
I need you to roll a con save.
Oh no. I knew something would be involved.
Who just drinks from a fountain in the middle of somebody's foyer?
Serene.
Yeah. Me?
You have.
Ruya has literally been cleaning herself in.
Roya told me to try some, so I tried some.
You're a literal bird that has an intelligence of what?
So you have an impulse to drink more. But you can resist it if you choose to.
I will resist drinking the water. But that's very nice. But I think I'll leave the rest for you.
And Ruya just kind of like nods and says, very kind lady.
Make a note to mention this to Aria as soon as she gets back.
It's hard to tell if Ruya meant you were the kind lady there leaving Perthor, or if it was just like Aria again.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Thank you again for the follow, Hoss. So yeah, it's hard to say. So, I think we wipe all the way to when you guys return to the manor, right? The team night walk.
Yep. I feel Iris looks a bit like wild-eyed, I think.
2 computers.
Oh.
Arya's been kidnapped.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, you arrive back at the house.
Yeah.
That's the plan, gang. Serene, do you go to bed after that, or do you just like hang out and wait for the rest?
I was waiting for the others to come back to make sure they came back safely.
Perfect. You'd have heard obviously Lunaria come back at some point after that scene. And not even if like you went to say like hi or something, she would just have like stormed way past straight up the stairs and like like a woman possessed. Yeah.
Mama was like, "Where is my child?
It's
Where's my baby?"
50-50 if you were looking out the window or something, you would have seen her change from like a giant eagle landing in the garden and shifting back to herself if you had been like keeping an eye out. So I'll leave that up to you if you wanted to have watched or not.
I would have seen.
But it's a cool scene for you to see. So yeah. And then obviously sometime later, the rest arrive back.
Oh.
So.
I think I'll leave the plant talking to Serene from now on. So there's definitely something in the plants. It's in a cave that doesn't look real. Oh, not real. That's the wrong word. Natural. It looks like an artificial cave, and it's then maybe in this red bubble would bubble, or would it look? Did it look enough like a cage that I might use the word like cage?
I think. Let me think. What Isla's background. I mean, you could have used a different word. So you could use bubble. You could use orb. You could use like. What's another?
Yeah, I think she'd probably use like all of them. She'd play
synonyms. Like you could kind of say like weird egg or like cocoon, chrysalis, like all those types of things would be fine. But cocoon and chrysalis imply more, which is why I don't use them.
Like I don't think.
Yeah.
If it's Mothra, we need to free it.
Free that thing.
Yes.
It seemed to be linked or held to these roots. Tree roots, maybe, feeding back up. I assume into the city. It definitely did not seem to be there willingly. It very much wanted to be let out, but it didn't seem malicious. Just seemed desperate. But yes, definitely something in the plants. But why? What?
I wonder if is what allows for plants to grow in a place so devoid of the influence of the High Druid. Maybe that was on purpose.
Like
to keep the
purposely
city.
cut connection, or was this place divorced before?
No, I think that in order not to draw from the High Druid, this may have been found as a solution. Still create the things that the High Druid would usually be nourishing. Out
seems
his influence, though.
I
wonder if that is what happened here.
You're saying it didn't seem bad, just scared?
I don't think it's a plant. It seemed, and it's not one being, or it definitely used us, not me. And it corrected me when I used you singular. I don't.
I will clarify just for you though. It was using your words to speak to you.
Yes.
So I wouldn't go as far to say as it had enough scope to correct you. Let's just.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it had as much eloquence as you're maybe affording it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like to me, it's like no. Us. It's more than one. Correct you. Okay. Cool.
No.
But I'm not sure I understand why the plants is not that plants aren't important. I look at Serena and Aria like I'm not saying that. Although maybe remember how Rasira didn't like magical food? Maybe there's something with that. Do they grow their own food here? And maybe they couldn't? And self-sufficiency? It seems a lot to steal something and trap it away to grow some parks, is all I'm saying. I'm trying to be like, right, nature's important, I get it, nature is important. But in a city, like if it's just for some like parks and gardens, this seems like an extreme thing to do.
It's a fair assumption, yeah. I think that's
does not look at all offended.
Okay, good.
You know, parks are too
They're not natural.
Whatever.
I love that we're talking about the gentrification of Omen with parks. It's such a. It's when you know your world is built solid enough that you can have these conversations.
Well, they do use them for, you know, magical components and things, and it seems that they keep the plants in the same state all year round. Like they don't seem to grow, they just are. They just are. And I guess I don't know. You haven't felt the High Druid here at all, have you? Perhaps if there's no nature, there's no natural way to grow plants. So this is what they've done.
But then in Lunaria's garden, for example, if you were to cut something, and then if it didn't keep growing, then at some point the garden would just be quite be any flowers, you know? If you were to cut one and such, and she did cut a flower, so if they didn't grow back or anything, then she wouldn't have done that, right? If they were always exactly the same.
I
don't think so. I don't know.
It still seems, even for, it's a big thing to do for self-sufficiency, rather than just import things from places they do grow.
Well, this place is so cut off from everywhere else, and they think they're the center of the world. You know?
And maybe it is something to do with image.
I think it's just
says power more than I need no one.
Yeah, they're an island that they don't need anything else. They have everything they need here. They don't want anything else, you know?
Yes.
I want to do an experiment.
Oh,
it's not that much.
Please not in my house. Please no. Think of the curtains. Think of the mahogany. Please.
I just want to go out into.
Spell to fix things.
I just want to go out into the back garden. I won't do in the front garden.
Okay. So into the conservatory type thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I want to kind of one of the rose bushes see like kind of a very like central kind of a clear flower that I can kind of pinpoint like that. If I was to look back at it, I'd know it was missing.
Okay.
And I want to cut one of the flowers off, and then I'm going to say it's like see if it's like regrown.
If you want, you could
day.
roll perception and try and look for the ones that Lenara had already given you guys.
Yeah, I was thinking of that, but I didn't know if I would have noticed.
That's I'll let you roll like a retroactive. Can you remember where it was? Type perception. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Right.
Ooh, I've got.
Probably.
Ooh, nice.
Nice.
Like realistically, it's probably investigation, but I think I'm fine with it being perception in this instance for that reason. But I think going forward, it probably should be investigate. But that's fine.
Okay. Because my investigation is much worse.
Oh, I know, I got that, but it's fine. Yeah, like you can see, like there is clearly like missing flowers. Yeah.
Okay. So they haven't regrown yet. I will keep an eye on those flowers on those areas to see if they magically reappear.
Yeah, the 21's pretty solid, so you can take a bit of comfort in that, you know.
Okay.
Yeah. So, what's the plan then, gang? Are we all going to sleep and wake up for another day, or is there other things I need to be aware of that happen in the
Crumbar is very much a...
Yeah, that's fine. I don't need to hear about Crumbar if he's already KO'd. Everybody else.
Ratus is meditating.
I think Bastial already sentries rested as well, so he just...
So he just came in the front door and powered down and at the front door. We're like,
at the front door.
It's that meeting, was it that scene, sorry, in the Falcon? Was, if you don't need me anymore, I'll just power down, because you are boring the tits out of me.
Nice. I love it.
I think maybe just before like kind of go to sleep, I'd maybe mention to Arya, it's like, so I talked to Ruya.
You did?
She really likes the water in the fountain. It's
I noticed. She's left it.
I tried it. It's
You what?
Well, she said it was nice, so I thought I'd just try it and see how it was. It tasted a little bit like bird, but apart from, it was.
I hope you're not getting thoughts.
It was nice. It was oddly sweet, and I wanted to drink more of it. Like really wanted to drink more of it, but I managed. I managed to stop.
Right,
I managed to. No, it wasn't because I was thirsty. It just tasted really good, and I think Ria's maybe addicted to it or something, or it's like charmed her. I don't know, but she really likes the water, so you might have to do something. I don't know whether the water might just be fine. It might just be super nice, and that's why she wants to drink it. And there might be nothing harmful with it, but I think she likes it a bit unhealthily. So we might need to do something about that.
Yes, otherwise she might not want to
leave.
Well, at one point, we would want to leave. And I need to make sure that she joins us instead of I would miss her.
Yeah, so like maybe something tomorrow we need to deal with that.
Yes, that is an idea. I'm still tempted to just march there and destroy the water. But I'll be good. Yeah, I will. I will be good for now. I'm hoping that I can. I'm tempted to just. Yeah, actually, before we go to bed, I'm going to try to convince Ruya to hop on my arm And when she does that, I'll try to do dispel magic on her and get some sort of perhaps magical effect. Oh goodness.
Am I able to help?
Yeah, if you're gonna like try and help, I'll let you help. Yeah, because Ruya does like you a lot, Serene. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yay!
Just kind of help convince her.
Oh my god.
Whoa! Look at all those animals.
Oh fuck! Sorry,
what the
I'm not sorry. I don't know why it went 4 times, but I
just like the holy fuck, sorry, not sorry. I liked the phrase.
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah. I also like that it's just that was the right way around to roll them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The good way. The goodest way.
So
I'd be so gutted if it was the other way around.
So 19 and a 16 is what we get. So obviously Ruya and Arya's main connection shines through here. Ruya looks longingly at the water, looks at you, and like splashes you with the water as if saying, you know, that implication of why don't you come in here instead of me go out there vibe. And then eventually
I'll make sure not to drink any of it by accident.
Yeah, and then like Ruya eventually like, you know, like kind of curls up your arm and goes on your shoulder, but just longingly looking at the water.
Oh, I'll fuss her head and such, and as I do that with my other hand, I'm gonna try to do dispel magic on her because I'm a bit freaked out by my bird being so longingly looking at that thing.
And you reach out with your spell.
What I'm gonna do it as a higher level.
Okay.
Oh shit! I can't do spells in here. They're not gonna work.
Nope.
Oh well.
You still would try though, right?
Yeah,
so yeah.
I was gonna try to do it level 5.
It's okay. You try. Doesn't cost you any spell level, obviously because you can't connect with your magic to use spell slots. So yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah.
I'll give her some of my super extra nice treats that I have on me.
I think that like we can just say that was wrapped into like the 19.
I'll give her more than usual.
Yeah, you're trying to just like buy her love. Yeah.
I'll just kind of say, I can try and dispel magic in the morning, but I'm a bit tired right now.
Oh, that might be nice. I'm just worried about her, you know. I don't want her to be unhappy when we leave here. And thinking of this place and this water and such. And I think she would be happier when we're back in nature. Oh, nature, not whatever. This. And I just point towards anything around us that's like green.
So what is your plan then? Are you going to take Ruya through the rest of the house, or are you going to let Ruya out, or going to leave Ruya at the fountain? Because remember, Lunaria is, while you're here, it will stay there. Conversation.
Oh, that's...
Yeah.
Okay, I forgot about that entirely.
Yeah. Keep in mind, you've...
my bird addicted.
You've done nothing necessarily beyond just convince Ruya to leave the fountain. Doesn't mean so you can like, leave her back. At least you've made at least a disconnect. Do you know what I mean? But it's up to you what you want to do.
Yeah. I will have to leave her out then. I forgot about the rules of the house in that respect, so I'll be
we could sleep next to the fountain with her. I don't mind sleeping on the floor.
I don't think it would break the spell if we just happen to be here. I will we'll be back, bro. And it's best to get a good night's sleep. We don't know what tomorrow might bring. And I'll just give her one more fuss and be like, now you be careful and don't drink too much water. Because then it's going to feel like you have a bond in your tummy. I just give her like scritches and such.
And Ruya obviously like, you know, very affectionately like, you know, coos back in at your hand and then just like splashes around in the water as if, look, let's go play. And then you just head off to your rooms for this evening. So
just before we go,
mm-hmm.
I put my hand in that water and splash back at her a bit.
Perfect. Yeah. No, perfect scene. And with the weird, mysterious Sweetwater fountain, we go to break, so we can all enjoy our own Sweetwater fountains. So we will come back in about 10 minutes, folks. BRBs.
Oh,
We're back. Too late. Sorry. Got to deal with this. So, hopefully the audio is good, folks, as well. I'll let you deal with that as well.
Bastiel is currently eating an entire pie.
Nice.
He said he didn't need to eat. So, yeah, we've
audio
got...
seems good.
Perfect, thank you. Welcome back to the Keepers of the Golden Gate, session 105. That's 105 for people who don't like me saying numbers separately. It's the 10th of September, 2021. I'm Ryan, the GM, and here are the players.
Hiya, I'm Adrian, and I play Arya Bluebird, the half-elf druid. Woohoo!
Hello, I'm Sean, and I play Bastiel, the Warforged cleric.
Hi, I'm Scott. Cucumber.
You were saying eating crumbar. Like what? Wait, what?
I play Crumbar, who's a half-orc paladin.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I play Isla, the tiefling sorcerer.
Hello, I'm Natalie, and I play Maratus, the dark elf wizard.
Hi, I'm Callie, and I play Serene, the Furbolg Ranger.
Hey!
Hey!
Hey! So, that's us.
Let's free a pulsating orb thing.
So, day 3 in Omen, is it? I think.
Yes.
Yep.
Correct.
Sure. Day 3 in Omen.
Too many already.
Yeah.
Not happy.
Yeah. So, you all get up. You all head to the kind of, the eating room. Which sounds more terrifying in a fantasy setting than it probably should. And then... and then, yeah, you are, eating whatever food is there for breakfast and such, doing the wake up thing. And Lunaria walks in and sits down a kind of like a wrapped up sealed scroll. Just places it on the table and says, "This was delivered early this morning while you were all still resting. It has the royal seal on it." She gives it a look to the party and then leaves.
I hedge the Dwarven King's seal. What royal seal?
The royal seal.
Magna.
Magna.
Yep.
Yeah.
The only king.
We know too many royals. Which of the many royals?
Magnus, I'm gonna pick it up and be like, just look it over and just like, I wonder what he has to say, and I'll open it up and read it out loud.
Yeah, and it's just essentially use it to go back to the palace.
Great.
When does it say?
Why?
A time.
Oh.
I will. I'll just sit back down and go, "Oh, is that all? Breakfast first," and just like bang on the table.
Oh, stars. Is there a time on it? Anything?
I'll be like, Ryan, time.
People look at Crumbar going, "Who's Ryan?"
Who's Ryan?
Yep.
Did you get enough sleep?
Is there a time, or does it just say basically just come back?
No, it obviously is written in a way that it doesn't expect that you would dare dawdle in your returning to said castle. Yes.
I'll just look and be like, I'm guessing it means he wants us there post haste.
All right. We should get ourselves together then.
Breakfast.
We go. We did a wee bit of investigating last night. There's definitely something in the plants.
There's probably something in everything, dear. The king is calling for us, and we really don't have time.
No. It's a. Yeah. I look at Serena and Arya like, how do we explain? Did we explain the plant thing? Was that another thing we left out of the
Maratus is like hurrying you to her. Like he's just like getting himself ready. Like what's going on? Oh right.
We can eat and talk. We can talk and walk. Well, as we're getting ready. As Crumbar eats. I mean, come on, nothing's gonna move Crumbar until he's ready eating. Done eating.
Yeah, I try and fill everybody in who wasn't, so Crumbar and Maratus in on plants. Going red orb. under the city, maybe in a cave. It seems not good. Why are the plants not happy? Plants.
I had plans today. I had so many plans today, and everything's trying to just make it difficult. All right. First, we're going to go and see the king, and then we will work on everything else after that. Is that agreeable?
Have to. Okay.
Yes, dear. I know. As soon as we're out of the palace, we'll come back here. Clearly feel safer here, which should make sense. Serene, I would like to have a moment with you later after all of this, if possible. Now, hurry on. Crumbar, I don't care if you choke to death on whatever you are eating. We need to go now.
You just see him just like inhale whatever breakfast material is in front
Do
of
you know how to use a fork? Do you understand the concept of cutlery? And he just like walks away.
Isla has like 3 pastries in her mouth as well.
I give up.
just like hamster cheeks. Hamster cheeks with pastries.
So good. Okay.
I think it's safe to say that Arya shoves one in her mouth and then like
with
2 more in each hand for delay.
Hey, it's amazing we haven't lost 2 sessions to this breakfast scene already.
Marathis is like, nope, let's move.
So, these are on the way. These are on the train. What has been discussed thus far?
We couldn't talk to the train, and that we were sad about it.
Perfect.
Do you say that to Marathis? That you tried to talk to the train?
Yeah.
The look on his face is like, he's just like that way, like, I can't ever leave these people alone. They try and talk to inanimate objects when I'm not there. What the actual hell is going on?
To be fair, the other inanimate object talked back, so...
They are animate.
Real. You're a real boy.
I mean, they are moving. Anima.
Yeah. You got them on the technicality. The best kind of got them.
As someone who knows quite a bit about these trains, considering my father was the original engineer to them, I can guarantee you these things don't have sentience.
Worth checking.
That's funny, I've heard that one before.
Have that moment where I suddenly realise we have not mentioned Path. But I look with big eyes at Bastiel and Arya like, oh, we can't say anything here. But we need to remember that.
Oh, can't we? Hey, Bastiel, say what's the matter?
He has ears.
Yeah. Even if the trains can't talk, other people can.
What will they say?
They will say everything you've said back to about 50 other people is what they'll do. That's what happens in Omen.
They're probably paying a lot of attention to us still, are they? Or are we like old news now?
No, you still attract, the occasional onlooker, right?
Look around the train to see who's like sitting on there. But I'm still talking to our group. And I'll say, what could they say? What could they possibly do to interfere with our business?
I wouldn't say it's so much interfere. It's just the more people know about you, the more people have on you to use against you. That's what.
To what end? Well, if you say so, Marathis, you are our guide.
Trying to keep you safe. Considering yesterday was quite an experience. I am not sure how many ears Omen has anymore, considering most of the things I've been taught have been thrown in the air in the last 24 hours. But let's just focus on what the king has to say, because that could change the tone of everything currently. And the sanctity of my home can speak on anything. Sure that it does not leave those walls.
Does the train kind of have like those handrails on the ceiling?
So this is like it's open top, right? It's open to the air, right? It's more of a skiff than a train. If that makes sense. So it's not like a fully encased like carriage or anything. So, like you go on, you stand, you can like lean on rails. So see like a lot of the first scenes of the Titanic leaving, and it's everybody on the top deck. It's a lot more like that than anything else.
Okay.
Right, so it's like the top of a boat more than anything else. And it is very similar to the thing that brought you here when you changed from the boat to the floating boat, like the kind of hovery boat.
Must have made that.
Yeah.
Cool.
So it isn't encased because why would they need to encase it? It's magically protected from inertia. So.
Rain.
Yep. And it's always nice weather though.
Yeah.
So you're sorted. So yeah.
Right.
But there can be seats if you're super desperate for there to be seats somewhere else. There can be like tables and stuff on it if need be. It's just they go fast.
The first class section.
So yeah. The first class section. You mean Omen, the island?
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, you get to the palace then.
Yeah. Let's go zoom.
And then you get there and you see this woman standing. She's got like her hair all like it's very like raven black hair. It's all like folded up the back, and it looks like there's some kind of, I don't know, possible like, I guess you'd say it looks like a bit like a wand, but it's just essentially like a wooden almost chopstick type thing, holding all her hair together. Very ornate looking. She's wearing very kind of like somewhere between like her top like outfit looks very kind of loose and baggy and like comfy, and then the bottom's almost like weird, very tight pencil skirt that goes all the way down to like her ankles. So she's got this weird like comfort and function thing going on here that's bizarre fashion for her. And she's there just like kind of pacing up and down. And when you arrive, like her face lights up and she walks very quickly to the group and goes, "You received the scroll." And she puts her hand out.
Do I recognize this woman?
No. No.
Is she putting her hand out to get a handshake, or is she putting it out to get the scroll?
It probably looks like it's the scroll she wants.
I'll just kind of be like, yeah, left it at his place.
Is that a lie?
No, because none of us picked it, took it with us.
It didn't say to bring it, did it? If it did, we would have picked it up, but if it just said, "Get your ass here."
Yeah, it didn't say anything other than just had like Magnus seal in it. That was it. Yep, and just says you'll be like you have to attend the palace essentially. Very like little in the way of options.
Obviously, don't let me speak for the party, but I mean, I think I'm the only one that had my hands on it, and I just put it.
If nobody else would have thought to bring it, that's fine. But anyone could have brought it. That's what we're saying, because Cromber didn't specifically destroy it, hide it, or anything else. So I'm assuming.
I mean, I'm guessing Morasis would have been able to tell us
Probably-
if that's the procedure. You know,
Probably know the etiquette to bring it.
Okay, you could have brought it if you wanted. Yep.
I just pull it out from inside my jacket and hand it over to her.
Yep, and she takes it and she goes, doesn't even really look at it, just kind of holds it scrolled up and kind of like almost gesturing with it. Excellent. I will need you to leave all your weaponry. I'm assuming that will not be an issue. She kind of like pauses and stares at everybody.
And I just look at her and be like, mine's is part of my order's uniform. You wouldn't ask me to leave it, would you?
Yes, it's precisely what I'm doing.
I'll just leave it.
And she starts walking towards like the room that she's like mentioned. You go in and like she does some kind of gesturing, and it does seem to like use like Arcana to like unlock what looks like a kind of kind of like a vault door. And she walks in, and it is just like a very nice like room with a lot of what do you call it, kind of tables and stuff set out, and kind of like drawers and almost like wardrobes and such. Clearly a storage room, but very well, like almost like a walk-in wardrobe idea.
Are their clothes already there? I'm still naked.
No.
Shit.
No, this is for you to leave everything.
Okay.
And she goes, yes, please leave any weaponry, any casting implementation or reagents, any belongings of any kind. You may keep, obviously, your base clothing, but any form of armor that may or may not be reinforced will also have to remain here. If you require suitable clothing, it can be provided. Which kind of nods.
I'm just going to look at him like, I sat in a council with Magna while having my weaponry.
She cuts you off. That's King Magna, and this is at his request. You are free to leave. And she gestures to the door.
Okay. I'll play along, but as far as my pendant goes, can I try and hide it?
How will you try and hide it?
Like, you know, just so instead of wearing it out, just kind of like tuck it in my shirt. Like under
Sure.
my shirt.
Roll sleight of hand. Okay, yeah. You feel like you've hidden it well.
Yay!
Okay. Is anyone else not going along with this?
I will put my stuff.
I guess I'll put.
I'm putting like the rest of my stuff that like my hand.
No, it's fine. I just need to know who is not
out of. As a sorcerer, do I have like an arcane focus type thing, or is it just?
You should have been given one in character gen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because everybody will need one for things that have
okay.
Material components, I believe.
Okay, cool. But even if I leave that, if I have just verbal spells, I would still be able to cast them.
Exactly.
Okay, yep. Cool. That's just why I wanted to check.
Yep.
Yeah, I leave my
but
knife.
This is like saying somebody with knives for hands can only disarm so much, you know?
Yeah.
Like, so,
hence,
yeah.
Bastiel.
Yeah.
You mean Bastiel. Cool.
Bastiel can't exactly take his arm off anymore without it being some kind of...
that bloody Widowmaker thing?
Yeah, he's got the cannon. The left arm of wrath. Yep.
The only thing I'm gonna... Oh, go.
No, go.
I was gonna say I'm gonna try and keep my spellcasting focus, because I've got one as being
everyone, I
stay wanderer.
Focuses, I guess, and just hold them inside.
It's mine's like super it's like
discreet.
It's a wooden ring.
Oh.
Do you want to roll sleight of hand as well?
Where is it? There it is.
Okay.
Not
Yep. Right. Anyone else?
My focus is a shackle chain wrist that I broke at the chain, so I guess I'll just leave that there.
Okay. Yep. Ari, you're obeying everything you said, yeah?
Yeah.
Perfect.
I know I'm sitting when it comes to Magna, so I'm not gonna even try.
Perfect. Bastiel, you're not... Obviously, everything you can leave, you will leave, I assume?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So the only thing you can't really technically leave is your arm. Do you declare that to her, or not?
Nah.
That's fine, perfect. I won't let you roll sleight of arm, because that seems stupid. Scott, you're only keeping your focus. Isla, what are you up to? What's the plan?
I just like the idea of her just taking, like, she's got like a small backpack, but she just takes everything out of it. And she's got like 3 daggers that you've never seen before. She's got a big staff in there. She's got like component pouches. She's got a letter from a dead colleague. She just takes all of it out and puts it on the table. It's like, technically any of it could be a weapon. I blink my big eyes.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I leave everything.
Perfect.
But I do it in a very passive-aggressive way.
Like, if I guess I'll do this, very distinctly setting individual items out, yeah. And Maratis, you were complying? Yep. Good.
Complying, I simply raise my left hand to her and go, "Forgive me, this is somewhat attached." And then put it behind my back,
yeah,
take it off.
And I think this woman kind of nods to you and she says, "All personal circumstances have been taken into account for this particular meeting." A very business response, no emotion at all.
We're under arrest by the
FBI. And hi, we have had the FBI be a session title in the past. So, Serene, you were keeping your focus.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, everybody starts to head out. Crombar and Serene cannot leave this room.
You two, please just behave.
It's like arcane symbols visibly restrict you as you try and leave the room.
I turn to the person and say, "Well, this is magic, I suppose, but it's my wedding ring. You wouldn't make me take that off, would you?
I am not making you do anything. I'm simply asking you to adhere to the rules given for this meeting, or you may collect your things and leave.
You just see Crumbar just kind of like angrily just pull out his pendant to take it off and just place it on like the table or the counter or whatever it is. And fine.
I like the idea that you take it from hiding in your hand, put it on to angrily snap it off and put it down.
Unequipped.
Yep.
Can we insight check Serene to see if she is married?
Yes.
Why not? Why not? Go for it, Isla. Roll. See what you get.
She's married to a tree.
There we go.
So Serene, do you want to either tell them or roll deception?
I want to try and roll deception.
Okay.
Because it's fun.
Love it.
So yeah. Oh, okay.
Give that a wee cheeky roll. Oh. Amazing.
Oh my god.
It's so good.
That is so good.
Wow. Shenanigans.
So
the dice gods are here.
So Isla is definitely convinced, I think, by like going, oh, we don't know she's not married. You know, that kind of like, the doubt of going,
oh my
I don't
gosh,
know.
she didn't.
I've never asked her.
She didn't confide in us. Oh my gosh, that's a yeah. Okay, cool. Romantic love story going on in my head now.
Yeah.
So I'll make a big like dramatic thing about like taking it off and just being like, well, you better keep good care of it because it's very important to me. And if anything was happened to it, I don't know what I'd do. And just like put it down with the rest of my stuff and then walk off.
She seems unfazed by any of that. Very just soulless person that she seems to be. Very business. And then obviously those who do fully adhere to the rules get to leave the room. And then she follows on. Now you're not leaving the room the way you came in. It is a different door. And you are taking on like a good 10 to 15 minute walk through a beautiful palace. Right, like immaculately built, beautiful, like again, very like vivid looking marble around. Kind of looks like the place has just been made. That's like how shiny everything is. There's pleasant smells. There's fresh air. There's the sounds of the sea as well. There's that slightly salted air. Very fresh. There's the sounds of animals. Like kind of like birds twittering and stuff. It's very pleasant. Your walk, and then you go like, as I said, about 10-15 minutes through all this, and you get taken to like what looks like a very large room full of varying equipment. It looks like a massive armory. And in the center of the room, pacing up and down, holding a very large black spear, is Magna. And then this woman steps forward and she says, Your Highness, your guests have arrived. It kind of like, as if like not hearing her the first time, she then just clears her throat and goes, and he looks up and he goes, Yes, go. And just waves her away. She kind of like bows and leaves.
I'm grabbing things.
I will take a knee and bow to the king.
Your arms aren't big enough to grab anything. You're in the middle of this room, like at the entranceway as you like get pushed in, and everything is too far away. But it's huge.
Huge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you would literally need to run for like a minute to get to the edge to grab stuff.
Yeah, I was thinking of black on mosquito.
Huge.
Just a wall.
No. This isn't quite the close quarters of Neo saying guns, lots of guns. This is more like when he first says it and they're really far away. And then like Magna like paces closer to you all and says, I am pleased to see that you all agreed to the terms to meet me here.
Ryan, see the spear that he's got?
Mm-hmm.
Is it the same one that Eremos has been wielding?
Don't know. Why roll perception?
Perception? No, I'm just wondering if I can see it.
Yeah. So roll with your
You must perceive
eyes.
it, my dear son.
Yeah, that is definitely something I would
That's what
want to know as well.
Sorry.
Feel free to.
See,
Yep,
when
feel
you
free
said
to roll.
perception, I thought I meant I
Okay,
heard
just
that
roll. Same with you, Josh. You want to roll?
Sick.
What's
Me
that?
too, but this isn't loading.
Okay.
Whopper.
Let me know if you need me to roll for you.
Oh, it's finally loaded.
Yay! I'm also being harassed by a fly. I decided to move in today, and it's just being my best friend the whole day. Yeah. Okay. So sadly, not so much any recognition from Aria. Crumbar, yeah, it definitely looks similar, if not identical. But it is similar, if not identical, not just identical.
Okay.
Like, his hand doesn't physically connect with it. It's very... Yeah.
Is it like hovering?
So, for Crumbar, because he's paying the most attention, it seems, okay, the spear, if I just doodle something very similar. So the spear Crumbar has in his mind should look something like, if it's draw it on the main screen, so it should go out like that, then there's like a circle part to it, that's like a hollow part, and it continues on, and then it becomes like the weird bladed part of the spear. Okay? Magna's hand is like here, and it looks like this weird kind of like whatever the spear is made of is like just avoiding his hand, but he does seem to have a grip of something that seems to be, but it's like he's holding on to nothing, yet the spear is wielded by him. Does that make sense to everybody? As if it's almost like it's like ink avoiding his hand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not fully corporeal where his hand is trying to make contact with it.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
So I'm going to just step forward and be like, I'm a little bit confused on your terms. You didn't want us to be armed yet, and I just gesture around as like, yet you bring us here? Gesture to all the weaponry.
He looks around and then just kind of like takes like a beat, and then he closes his eyes and just smiles and just laughs, and he says, "I understand your confusion, Paladin Dynamic. However, the familiar tools are the more dangerous, would you not say?"
I just smile and I'll be like, I see your point, and I do agree.
We have also met when we were all fully armed.
So in a room full of people that should we have done anything would have been obliterated, dear.
Exactly.
And he just speaks over every day, and he says, "The reason why I have called you here in this fashion is because I have some matters I wish to discuss that I do not wish anyone else to be aware of, and I have done what I can to limit your ability to convey outside these walls." And he kind of like, his jaw like, moves, and then he says, "You have informed me of my daughter's situation. Is there any more to this that I should know, or that you feel the need to withhold from me?" And he just looks at everybody.
This is just looking at all of yous as if yous kept me out of it. I don't know much either.
So
what did we say last time?
You're going to see across.
Is that was that it?
Pretty much.
From our space, he's got a.
Why don't you take a wee player agency moment? Yeah. There we go. Why don't you have that?
Yeah.
Right? I'll be sure.
Well, Moratis is out because Moratis does not know. So Moratis is looking to use as if, don't do to me, or don't do to him what you did to me, because he's a lot more dangerous than I am.
Well, Moratis is about to find out a shit ton of stuff, in my opinion.
Oh, okay. So what
are you going to say?
Yeah, I'm just saying, I think we should tell Magna everything. I don't think we should
About his daughter. About his daughter.
About Justoria.
Let's just focus on
Justoria. Equally, there's still things about Justoria that we are not mentioning.
What, sorry?
Such as?
Such as what happened in the library and who moved that hellhole is not being mentioned.
Can I recognise this spear as well after I obviously know.
Sure, why don't you roll perception for me?
Oh!
Say, you kind of, chief.
The second time?
He was cheeky.
No, I want you to roll it the first time that you've asked me if you can. Yes, perfect. Yeah, 100%. You saw like it work with the call it the picnic, Justoria.
Okay, then
very vividly.
I'll respond to him and say that blade was plunged through her heart before our very eyes.
Okay, so you're going to break the player agency moment and jump straight back in, yeah? Or is that what you're planning to do?
I don't think we're done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're in player agency moment here, Shran. But you can... That's definitely at least an angle you could hit it with. So Bastiel has that in the plan.
So starting from there, what are we telling? Definitely tell about the lunchtime stabbing.
Yeah, sounds good.
Mention about how we tried to bring her back to life. Then she yeeted a million miles into the forest. From there, we've
already told him this before, though.
Yeah.
Does he know Demon Justoria? Does he know Demon Justoria?
Not that it was that spear that done it.
So Justoria did say, just for obviously those that have like not been there for that, Justoria did say that Magna helped her through a lot of her recovery back when you were at the picnic, remember? Because you were like trying to work out how you... Because remember you took her into Riz's spear. And you had a private conversation in his like pocket dimension, right? So you had that conversation with Justoria, then when you left, that's when she was stabbed by the Black Fang spear, it seems.
Nigiru.
Right? Yeah, Nigiru. That was it. Perfect memory. And yeah, like, because of that, you get the impression that he knows about the Demon Justoria. Just from that conversation. Obviously, Marat's perfectly valid question for you to ask, obviously, but yeah. Right, so wrap up your player agency moment. What's the...
So for me, so what I'm thinking is mention it was that spear that stabbed her. Mention how we tried to bring her back to life again, and that...
Well, what will happen? The scene will be like Bastiel will cite that, you know, that was the spear that stabbed her, and then you can lead in with whatever else you wanna.
Yeah, I just would like to reiterate that no mention.
Did we mention seeing her in the library?
Of Cyril.
Yeah, so that's the only thing that we're redacting is the fact that...
Yeah, maybe we leave out the library and we focus on the Wildwood, the Hydra.
Oh my god, we found her in the forest. And...
Yeah, because you talked to the Hydra. We already knew the prophecy thing. Like, we can get to all of that without mentioning library hellhole.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. I'm just saying that, yeah.
Perfect.
Cool, thank you. Perfect.
So yeah, we have that scene where Bastiel, you say that to Magna, and he nods and he goes, I am aware of this fact according to you. And he just like repeats the fact that you have told him that part before. And then, Crumbar, do you have anything to say to him?
Yeah, I'll just go on, be like, well, yes, sorry, it's been a while, I can't remember exactly what we've told you before, but after attempting to resurrect her and getting thrown from it was Horizon, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's where she was best, yeah.
Yeah, after being thrown from being removed from Horizon by her, we next found her in control of it was a pit into hell in was it the Wildwood, you said?
Yeah.
In the Wildwood.
It could be worth mentioning, that we messaged her. We tried to message her in Forge, and we got the demon instead.
Yeah.
Which is how I think we were on board with the...
Yeah,
your princess. Yeah.
So I'll mention about how...
So you're saying what you said to me so far, yeah?
Yeah, right. So far I have mentioned that...
That's fine. I need you to roll deception.
Okay.
Oh shit.
I wanted to cut him off when he brushed over what I said though, but not Crumbar, Magna.
It's okay, I'll deal with that in a wee second as well.
Shit.
Perfect. So, Bastiel, what were you want to say there?
Luck.
Why do you have it?
I can use my luck on other
That's
people,
fine.
right?
So,
Yeah.
Crumbar leads with that, then Magna will go back to your question. Why do you have it, is what you're asking him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It belongs to me. Who else would you entrust such a thing to? And you can tell there's definitely an air of rhetoric to that, right? He's not exactly expecting a response. It's more just an educational tone he's hitting it with.
I'd say, certainly not a boy.
I just kind of give Bastiel a look of, let's play our cards close to our chest just now.
Bastiel, do you want to roll insight to see if you pick up that?
Okay, really, where is that?
Because like it's not a bad look to convey, but I feel like maybe some insight checks to convey it. Perfect. Yeah, you can get that, no bother.
It's just that kind of, let's not start pissing off the heavily armed king when we have fuck all.
And,
he's not. He's the king of the world. He won't just murder us in rage. Like, oh no.
Are you sure about that?
I'm 100% sure. His intelligence is probably.
He's part of the world. He can make it so that there was no record that we ever
You can
existed.
put us in.
Yeah, but we can do things.
Then you can actually float on water.
We can literally be the thing feeding the plants next at this rate. Please, for the love of the gods.
No confidence.
Okay, sorry. So, Bastiel.
Also, that's a funny thing for Natalie to say, is just for the love of the gods. It's just funny to use.
I'm saying that, not Marathis.
I know, that's why I said Natalie.
That's me.
That's why I said Natalie, not Marathis.
For the love of the gods.
Oh, so good.
All of them. Any who will listen.
You have picked up on my look, and yeah, I think the floor's still yours to decide what
Oh,
to
it's
do with
Magnus. So Magnus has been involved with my daughter and the fate that has befallen her. She entrusted her vulnerabilities to you. Why?
She believe you guys, you alright if I just take this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're gonna say, but
that time, yeah, so it'll be like, she believed in us and the cause that we were fighting for.
You kind of just like, he's clearly thinking about that, but he's clearly obviously like, you know, not cracking, if that makes sense. Like his face is still very much his, you know, standard default Magna face.
Always like that.
No, like again, it's just a visual. And he says, in response to it, it says, "It would seem like this cause that she believed in consumed her. You are so certain you wish to follow in her path?" And he looks to everybody there, like he's looking past the fucking devout paladin and at the group.
if there's any way that we might be able to save her, we would try.
He nods to that, like almost like a bow, like a very gentle kind of bow of the head with his eyes closed to that, as if, you know, he appreciates that.
Oh, yeah,
I'm gonna.
I think.
No, so Scott, you're gonna wish just now because this was clearly in past Crowbar, and we're gonna get the responses of your group. So, Isla.
I think I would just kind of like, I'm probably like partially hidden behind Serene. I'd like stick my head out and be like, and there's a potential if we don't, it might consume everything. Seems worth fighting against. And then I would like slide back behind Serene.
He says, "It seems like this could escalate beyond all of our capabilities, but I agree with you, Miss." And he leaves that pause as if waiting for you to fill in the...
Isla Gale.
And kind of nods.
I I think we've met.
He says, yes, but everything is so wrapped up in formalities. It is so rare to be personal.
Mm.
And you do serve one of my governors, do you not?
I nod, yeah, totally, you totally do that. Totally, just a governor, absolutely.
So it's almost like the entire introduction there. The vibe you're getting is like he knew exactly who you were. Like,
yep.
But he's
not comfortable with that. I like it.
He then says, "It would seem like I have a task ahead of me then, and I would ask that you are not dawdling in this city, despite the temptation to do so under its safety. I cannot guarantee the safety of Omen currently, and I will be leaving Omen to retrieve my daughter."
I'm going to. So yeah, I'm just going to step up and say it's be like you know of the threats that have came after Historia, and you know that we were willing to fight them. What, for instance, whatever that golden crowned monster was in Horizon.
He raises an eyebrow at that.
Does he say anything?
Nope.
Raises an eyebrow.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be like, it's like, if you're going after Justoria and wish our assistance, I volunteer. I am happy to help.
Kind of just like his eyebrow relaxes.
So would I.
And everyone else takes a step back.
Yeah. Whoa.
Moratis is probably still standing, trying to take everything in, because this is all news to him too. Mm-hmm. He's absorbing everything.
I quite enjoyed the idea that you were still kneeling, and we'd all just not done that.
I will happily say that. I will do that. I will happily say that Moratis is still kneeling because he's not been asked to stand by his king yet, so he's still down on one knee.
Yeah, I don't even think Magna's fully embracing that either. I don't think that's even necessarily fully registered.
Doesn't care. Yeah. He's been taught etiquette, and he's sticking with it.
Cromwell's going to turn around to face the rest of the party. That notice after Arya's kind of stood up, turn around, smile at her, then turn to the rest of the party and go, "Well, what say yous?"
I think if Moratis is still in the group, Magna will say, "You need not be so formal in this setting, Lord Spinell."
He bows his head a little and stands to his height, and
it's maybe the first time someone's called you Lord Spinell as well.
Probably, yep. When I'm not with my mum, probably. Your Grace, we would do anything, Princess. We will stand by you and endeavor do the task that we said that we would yesterday. At your disposal. At least I am.
His eyes narrow as he's looking at the rest of the group. Is there any immediate reactions from other people before there's conversation between each other? So we've also got Crombar spoke, Arya spoke, Moratis and Magna had a quick convo there. What's Serene, Isla, and Bastiel's posturing, or does there look like a and my axe, or is enjoy the trip vibe?
Well, yeah, no, I think Isla doesn't feel like she would necessarily she'll go on. She didn't meet Justoria personally, so she doesn't feel like she has yes, for our friend, but she's definitely I will go along with whatever everybody agrees.
I'm just here for the pancakes. No, not pancakes.
Pretty much.
Pastel?
Pastries.
Any
While
response from
everyone
you?
is kind of responding, he's got a completely blank and unmoving face. And then, when it's kind of his turn to talk,
Well, there isn't any time. I just want people's reactions to that. I don't want anyone to converse. So if it is just blank, that's fine. That's all I need to work with for the moment.
No, he'll open his arms and he'll say, "We will need tools."
Okay. On that note, then, Magna will then finish what he was saying to that, and said, "I am not asking you to join me."
My tools.
Offering.
What are you asking of us?
You can't.
Touch the weapon.
He like raises an eyebrow and he goes, "You have tasks that you have been set by those beyond me."
Then I'll be like,
"Why do you come here looking for additional distractions?"
"Because you are holding it."
He looks at it and goes, "Yes, and once you have everything else that you require, I will do my part. But this is mine. Remember that."
give me 2 wee seconds.
And he adjusts the spear so it clinks on the ground, so he's holding it up.
Ooh.
So I'm just gonna say to him, be like, there's only 2 items left that we need. That spear and an Eye of Janus.
So you have acquired the astral hammer and a god to wield it, have you?
You think a god would be a problem for us?
No.
He raises an eyebrow and he says, "This is not my area of expertise. I leave that to you."
I was just saying, it's like, yes, we have such things. Well, we definitely have the astral hammer, and
I mean,
we have
you don't.
We have access to it.
We have made arrangements.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we've made arrangements for it. All we are really needing is those 2 items, and I believe you have both.
He raises an eyebrow. He goes, "You believe incorrectly. It would seem that your dabblings with your Eye of Janus has destroyed both of them."
Francis's head like
Insight
hangs,
check.
like I fucking knew it.
Insight check, because we think there's 3.
Yeah.
And he's just said both.
I would like to.
So what are you trying to insight though?
I want to
insight if he's telling the truth, whether his got destroyed.
Oh.
Okay, so your basis is he lying because he never said his was destroyed, he said both were destroyed. So when you say it was 3, are you trying to say that he's lying or not?
If the second one he's talking about is his,
okay,
is the one that was
I'll
in
let you roll insight for that. Yeah,
his stuff.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can I?
I think I'd be curious about what he means by
Jesus. She's fine. So, she did not need my assistance.
He definitely seems like he is talking about his possession. Yes.
Okay. His possession. Okay.
Yes.
His eye got broke.
Can I continue what I was
1 out of 2 of his eyes that he has. Yeah.
Well, I'll just say to him that there are countless eyes. Janus is multifarious.
And then he looks. Now, somebody said, "Can I continue with my thought?" Was that you, Bastille?
Oh, Scott.
Oh, it's Scott. Right. Well, we'll give him a wee second. I'll finish your question. So you say that to Magna, and then his response will just be, "And I believe that would be your area of expertise then, as it was you that were tasked by this. With this, he'll say."
I'm just gonna say to him then, be like, if that is the case, I will need to find the one that holds the great gold worm. Those chains that hold it. Where this are, I believe that they're the same ones that you must have used to contain that demon whatever that attacked us in Horizon. Can you please teach me how to control them?
I believe if I was immortal, I would not have the time to teach you the skills I have learned in this lifetime.
So perhaps a way to track it. Does it have a signature of magic of some form that makes it distinct?
He kind of looks at everybody like slightly like there's almost like a look of like shock on its face, and he says, "If you were worthy enough to have been gifted," and he says that word with almost spite, gifted an Eye of Janus from the god himself, and perhaps his trust in you was misplaced if you are unable to fathom its simplest of functions. I can no longer provide any insight to that item. I will say that the forces summoned by your collective here were impressive, and I do not doubt they have gathered more attention than mine. I would walk with caution. And he's talking about when you Kamehameha had the eye, obviously.
That basically was, just put a fucking neon sign above your head saying, "I'm here, guys."
Oh, I thought he was saying he knew that Pa was walking around looking for us.
No, but it may explain why Pa's walking around.
What, because we destroyed an Eye of Janus?
Yous have basically just put a neon sign above your head saying, "Look at all this magic, you'll look at all this magic, you'll look at it, it's so shiny and bright."
Yeah,
and
we did. We threw a lot into that.
Everything can see you.
Okay, fair enough.
You cast Fairy Fire times 1,000,000,000.
Okay. Right, I'm just going to say to...
Fairy Fire shouldn't split atoms, what are you talking about?
How long would it last, though?
Don't know.
You broke the eye of a god, this could be a permanent curse.
Also, see if, so let's put it this way, to answer like Adri's question there, how long would it last though? Doesn't really need to last long if you are then on the radar of someone, right? So if, let's say Cthulhu, right, was asleep, you know, and then you went, "Wah!" He wakes up and goes, "What's that?" Looks over and sees you guys as the alarm clock in this weird metaphor, and then goes, I don't like that they make that noise. Oh, they stopped making that noise? I'm gonna keep an eye on them. Goes back down. They're now aware of you.
Yeah, we did maybe flex our muscles a wee bit too much.
Coming into a gang that have just, oh no, poor Maratus.
Yeah, but listen to who's saying this. The Wizard King of the world is saying this to you guys. Right?
Yeah. And he knows he's probably got a lot of sets of eyes on him.
If one less.
I think he can deal with having those sets of eyes on him, whereas we're not quite as equipped as he is in that respect.
Yeah. How did he get his Eye of Janus?
Maybe Serene could just ask him that.
I might literally ask him that.
Do it.
Hello, Magna. Yes, we have met before, Sir King, Your Highness.
Magna is fine.
Magna, may I ask, how did you get your Eye of Janus? Obviously, we, they had dealings with him, but you said, gods aren't your area of expertise, but you have an eye? You had an eye?
There is a look of pride on his face, and you can't tell if it's pride for you asking the question, that you were brave enough to pose that to him, or if it's that he's pleased with himself. There's definitely a very strong look of pride on his face. Says, "I do not think right now is the time for a history lesson in my personal achievements, do you?"
Well, perhaps it would give us an idea on how to get another one.
Do you think you can best a god?
We have.
He raises an eyebrow, and perhaps you should start there. I earned mine by taking it. I was not
Did you play
gifted
chess with him as well?
And he looks at you confused, like he's not really sure what the joke there is, obviously. And then he says, "Simply that I took what I wanted."
So you stole it?
He laughs and he says, "You are bold. I would suggest you aim that in a more productive direction."
I have a few questions, Magna.
I've got one.
Don't know, is there any reaction from Serene to that, or?
I'll just stare at him dead in the eye.
Look back at guys clueless. Best thing.
Oh, I missed some of that. Sorry, Sean. What was that?
I give Serena a look like, yeah, I'm on his side. Like, he's clueless. He didn't even know about the chess.
Yeah, he didn't even get to play the cool chess level.
Yeah.
He just reached into the big hoodie thing of Janus and just yeeted his eye out of his head, just went...
One, please.
I need that, thank you. Excuse me.
Nah, it's not cool.
Nope. Nope.
Yeah,
Theft is never cool,
Probably knows
kids.
messy.
And look at him, stealing things.
Stealing
in Power
impliers...
City.
Stealing impliers you've taken something and the other person hasn't noticed. I'm getting the feeling that Magna full-blown walked up to Janus and was like, I'm taking that whether you say yes or no here. Which is a little bit more intimidating for somebody to have the balls to do that to a god. Just like, no, give it now.
So, got a few questions.
Okay, do we want to switch to player agency moment again, or are you?
Yeah,
quite, are you quite comfy, Scott?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I feel like everybody else called the button, so you wanna run it by the party, yeah.
Three questions I want to ask Magna, because he was like, even if I was immortal, I wouldn't have time to teach you everything that
he has
I
learned
know
in this
about.
life.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm like, I don't need. Basically, what I want to say is, A, I don't need to know everything. I just need to know how to break those chains. B, if you have any way of...
So I'll answer that first one for you in the understanding of the statement is conveying the fact that it would take too long regardless.
Right, okay.
He is the Wizard King, you are a paladin.
Next step then, does he have any idea of the location of the Great Gold Worm?
Okay, what was your third question?
And the third question...
I feel like you've asked him this before. That's
many
question.
times.
Yeah.
Yes, and he keeps saying no.
Yeah, but he might know something else.
You think he wouldn't tell you?
I feel like that would have come up in the meeting.
Yeah.
Yes. By the way,
this is the thing. I don't know about him, but right, two other things.
Okay.
I want to mention about how Vishal is the one that has been opening up these portals and making life a living hell for him, quite literally.
I think you've told him that. I'm sure you've told him that.
Well, I think he needs a reminder.
Okay.
And B, C, 12, whatever one I'm on now. Yeah, I'll be like, you mentioned about how you took the power of the eye. I'm going to look, and you've mentioned how we have drawn the attention of powerful beings. I'm just going to look at everything that is around us and be like, if you wish us to be successful, share your good, may we take some of these and just try and get us a bit of a armory upgrade.
See all this shit you've literally fought 50 years for and had to sit and fight tooth and nail to get. Can we just have it?
No,
we're not as friends.
You can spare a couple of bits.
Just hoarding it.
Yeah.
God tier items that he had to. You don't walk up to Kratos and say, "Yo, can I have like those chaos blades? They're really shiny." Kratos will kill you for that.
Totally.
He's like, "No, I earned these.
I mean, arguably, he's got all your stuff as well now.
Yeah, it has worked a few times though.
Yeah.
We asked the White, she brought us Vishal. We asked the High Druid, he brought us the Rod of Power.
That's what I'm going to ask him.
Plus, Kratos has the Blade of Olympia. He doesn't care about the Blade of Olympia anymore.
Exactly.
Give us the shit.
Right? He has fucking Spear of Black
Like
Knight.
loot logic, isn't it? Well, you've got a +10 item. You don't need these +4s.
I want it.
Yeah.
I want that one. I want it.
Exactly.
Is that good, guys?
Okay, so
I've-
I think we've
Yeah.
covered question 1 and 2 were kind of pointless. He already knows about question 3, so 1 was obviously whatever it was dismissed because you got your answer. It would take too long. 2 was you've already asked him about the Great Goldworm about 40 times. 3 was Vishal, you've already told him that. So 4 was just any chance we can get some of your cool stuff.
Oh no, system with that. That's obviously the only thing I want now. So.
Yeah. Basically being like, I'll be mentioning, you know, how we clearly are going up against a battle like no other. No idea about the enemies that we will be facing or who will, or how we now have this target on our back. I believe that we need some things to bolster that strength and even the playing fields. This armory contains weapons that I think will do the job.
And I want to say that Gestoria has been seized by the Abyss, and it is our mission to weaken it. It would be in your best interest that we succeed.
So, if I just have those be the exact dialogue that you say to him in the scene.
Yeah, that was, sorry.
He'll then say, yeah, you just need to be a bit more signposty about switching in and out of player agency mode. So change places! So he'll look and he'll just laugh and he'll look around at like the room and he says, do you think I would hoard tools? And he looks at you, Bastio, when he says that would aid in the safety of this world. I have sequestered these artifacts so that the world is a safer place. And he says, if you do not believe me, feel free to interact with any of them. But you may not. But you may not. You may not survive the interaction.
We're going for it.
Oh, it's a big red button I want to push.
Marching.
Ryan, I know I don't have my thingy, but can I still put on my armor?
Yeah, you can definitely try.
Okay, I'm going to try and equip armor.
Yeah, your armor works.
Yay, okay, cool. And yeah, I'm going to find, I'm going to look about and look for a nice big shiny fuck off.
Just looks to the only 3 sane people that are apparently in the group and is like, are we going to stop them before they actually get torn into atoms or what?
I'm looking for something that looks like what I was in the middle of building. So
I'm just looking at Arya, Isla, and Serene like...
Oh, yeah, we should maybe...
We should probably
Arya
stop
doesn't
them.
know what to say.
Really want
You really want to touch all the buttons. But also seems like a bad plan.
To probably dragon lords and gods and things that if it wasn't the right person touching them would turn them inside out.
How about I'll describe a couple of items in the room? That's maybe a better place to start.
Yeah, do that.
Right? So there's a blade, right, suspended in a physical chain that looks like it's maybe silver. It's like wrapped around the blade. The blade itself seems to like ooze over the silver chains and like reform the blade itself underneath. That's suspended, so that's like a sword, if you will. Sadly, Shan, there is none of those don't exist here in this place. Sadly.
Oh, sweet! I'll invent them.
Yeah, you'd probably have to be fair. But yeah, so that doesn't exist. Also, I don't think you can technically wield them that well, depending on your arm.
I spend things on that. It hurts.
It's fine. We'll work on that. We'll work on that. It's fine. That can be a project for us. So yeah, there's that. There is a very large tank, like a cylindrical tank, of thick liquid that you can't, or viscous is a better word, I guess. It's liquid that you can clearly see there is some kind of like round thing inside. Floating, suspended in this liquid. The tank is maybe about like maybe 8 feet in a diameter, maybe more, maybe like 10 feet in diameter. and it goes up about 10 feet as well. And that seems to have like a kind of shimmering field around it. So that's at least those two particular things. There are various like pedestals with strange gem formations on them as well. And they have, again, glass containers over them. So yeah, like if there's something that you feel would attract your attention, let me know. I'll let you know if something reflects that or not.
Can I?
Yep, Isla, go for it.
I was going to say, is there anything organic looking? As in, is there anything that reminds me of what I saw in the cave?
I wouldn't say there's anything that immediately makes you think of what you saw in the cave, but there is something obviously in that like tank. But whatever that is, you're not really sure.
That's what made me think of it. Yeah.
There is also a curtain, very ominously, with like a kind of barrier over the front of it that is off to the side as well, which is like a third or fourth attraction by this point to this room. So yeah, I would suggest you listen to Magna's words though.
Yeah.
I'm very tempted to get my little fae friend to go and touch something.
Poppy!
You're literally going to watch it actually get a Hellraiser scene done on it. Like, please don't. No, please.
But I don't care about this fae creature.
No, but you should though, please.
My powers induce suffering to the fae.
We're the good guys. Please.
I'm so tempted.
Remember Celeste's words way back when? Like, we don't want weapons falling into the wrong hands. ... Who knew she was talking to the wrong hands?
Yeah, she's requested.
It's serene.
So, Scott, you were adamant to go investigate something.
Oh no.
Yeah, me too.
After having a look about, I will agree with Magna that it probably would be a bad idea to touch any of this stuff. But I will incline and ask him, it's like, so this armory is off limits then, yes? So, do you have one that is?
He just looks at you and he just smirks and he goes, and beyond dangerous items that are unstable for this world, what would I need of weapons? Holding a massive spear, he says this.
This room's less of an armory and more of a trophy room at this point.
Yeah, like why is he keeping them all in the same place if they're all so dangerous?
It's a trophy. It's a trophy room. It's look at all the cool shit I managed.
Can you now see why you were like disarmed as much as possible to get in here so nothing set anything off?
This feels like Warehouse 13 learned why this was a bad idea.
He's just showing off his dick. Really.
Yeah. Like, basically.
Look at all the
Look at all the stuff I've got.
So before I grab this chain blade thing, let's
go back. So
is Bastiel going towards that?
So you approach
that,
and you want to go past the initial barriers. Yep.
No.
So Isla, go for it. Yep.
I will telekinesis while I'm back. It's verbal and somatic.
Okay.
So it's movement and hand. And I say something.
Paste telekinesis in for me. No. And then
as soon as he looks up like Celeste's stopping him, like God. He's like, I have faith, will you, please?
No, stop trying.
You can.
I'm a blacksmith.
You can make a strength check, by the way.
Yeah, you can.
I am a blacksmith.
I think I have to then make a charisma.
No, so it's just against your spell save, right?
Okay.
Is it not? In fact, where are we here? So if the object weren't carried by a creature, it can make an ability check. No. Where is the other part? A creature lifted. Repeating the contest.
Contested by that creature's strength check. If an object's worn or carried by a creature, you must make an ability check.
That's an object. So you can try to move. So it's the bit above at the top. So you can affect the same target round after round if you choose another one. Right, so move and manipulate. When you cast a spell each round, you can exert will. You can affect this target round after round. If you switch target,
make an ability check with your spellcasting ability. contested by the creature's strength check.
Right. Okay. So that's what we're doing. So
yeah,
that is your charisma.
Uh-huh.
Is your
spellcasting
ability versus his
strength.
Yep. So pop both them in.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh.
Nicely done, Bastiel.
Oh.
Well.
Well, that answers.
I apparently really want him to touch it, so like no, Bastiel. Oh no. Don't do that.
I wanted. I don't know whether I could do it before Bastiel.
It depends what you're trying.
It. I did just want to bring out Poppy and see if she could just like pop her up right next to the sword and see if she can grab it first.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh god.
Roll initiative with Bastiel is the best and fairest way to do that, I think.
Okay.
I mean, I'm slowly crawling along the floor under 10.
It's not even slowly anymore. Like there was.
Yeah, no.
Well then, yep.
Oh no.
It's pretty slow.
Nice.
Makes sense.
Right. So Poppy appears.
Yep. Right next to the sword, and she grabs it first before Bastiel.
Okay. Nope. I need you to roll a con save.
For a Poppy. Will I just use mine?
No, you.
For me?
Yeah.
What?
Oh no.
Just remember, don't worry.
Okay.
Don't worry, cause.
Nope.
Yeah.
No, she doesn't.
You don't have your pendant.
You don't have your pendant.
No, it's not that. It doesn't matter. She doesn't get the bonus. Nope. Yeah.
My dead forever.
You see, so here's the scene, right? So Crumbar goes to walk off. Everybody else goes, Bastiel goes to walk off. Isla tries to like cast her magic to stop him. It doesn't work. You obviously go to like summon your friend, and then Magna's eyes go wide. Like the spear, like instead of it being like held up, like it almost like goes to the side very casually as he like outreaches an arm, and you could see like there's anyone like that's maybe not super busy, like maybe Arya, who's in the midst of all this, sees like there's about an incredibly complex sequence of sigils he casts single-handedly, as he almost chucks magic at Serene. Serene, I need you to roll a lot of damage dice.
Oh fuck!
Oh.
Right, so we kill him now.
Really?
Yeah.
Why are you touching God shit?
Let me
touching
No.
It's your magic!
No. Give me a second. Let me work this out. Because bear with me. Let's
discuss.
So, I need you to roll me 9d10.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you for the log.
With the damage I'm taking, is it a particular element?
No.
Shit. Okay.
It's the damage element.
So 9d10, you said.
It's just the ouch element.
Yep.
Come on. Like just roll ones and all of them.
Just roll. Roll. Right. You can't select.
Range is actually
9.
You can do so /R. Yep, you got it. Cool. Okay. So you take 60 damage. Immediately, just
it's fine.
She see like they remember Sectum Sempra from Harry Potter.
Yeah. No, he Sectum Sempra.
It's like that. No, anyone watching, he has mitigated most of the damage you would have taken.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, so it was from the sword, was that?
So, Magna then immediately like rushes over to you. To like kind of catch you, like as you like maybe like fall to like one knee or whatever. After that, he said, "You must not utilize transportation magic in woman."
I was just summoning.
Yes. Don't.
Oh.
Holy shit! Is that from transportation magic? Not
summoning, banishing and summoning. You are calling something. You are teleporting something.
Oh shit!
Oh,
yes.
You just
So that's not even the sword. That's just Magna trying to disarm his fucking alarm code quick enough to stop you just dying.
Pure morbid curiosity. If he hadn't, how many d10s was she rolling?
Yeah. How dead would I be?
I am not going to tell you how many dice are rolled.
I would be.
Let's just say that's Magna's ability to use a reaction. So, yeah. I'll tell you, it was definitely nowhere near halving the damage. It was a lot more significant than that.
Nice.
As Marata said, they can't always find all of you. You will be jam.
Yeah. Everybody felt that in the room, right? In the sense of there was a lot of magic very quickly there. So in that moment, Bastille, where your teammates' insides are mostly on the floor just now, how do you feel? Still gonna...
I'm digging my kind of
I want to know, because you're not attempting to teleport as far as we know.
Yeah.
But you don't know what that sword does.
Definitely looking back, like, am I going to have to spring up and do combat medic shit?
I mean, she looks like she needs it. Like, she is definitely bloodied. I'll give that much.
I'm bloodied, but not super bloodied. So
I'm just going to shut up. What the hell was that? Because I imagine I can't hear Magna telling her things.
Oh no, you yeah, like he does have that low tone to him, but he's heard by all because he's Magna.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys still gonna go for it? Because everybody seems to be a bit distracted by Serene right now. So I'm not saying you should though. I in fact said you shouldn't.
Well, you're making this real confusing and hard for me right now.
I'm not. I've told you. You shouldn't touch anything in this room, is what Magnus said.
This is god tier weapons, and you are a fucking tin man. This is going to suck.
You nearly got killed by water.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to roll a new character, touch things.
I don't think that's applied here. This gift.
What's going on? Come on.
Just go for it then, mate. If you want to batter in.
Alright, fine.
Oh god, don't blame me.
Well, yeah, Serena, you would want to...
This is a Moreno situation again, Crumbar. You're like, do it, and then it's like, oh wait, this was a bad idea.
No.
So, Shan.
What do you want, Shan?
What do you think is going to happen, based on the information you have?
Well, the information... Okay, so I think it's a drippy blade, and I think I'm immune to poison as a Warforged.
Okay.
So then, I don't know what chain could even mean.
Okay.
And then I'm also a blacksmith specialist type thing, so it's like, if I was going to grab anything, it would be a weapon.
Okay, but that's my thing. Let's rewind to if I was going to grab anything. Why do you think grabbing things in here is a good idea after you've been told it wasn't? I mean, Shan, not Bastiel.
Oh! Why do I want to grab it?
Yeah. Is it purely because some NPC told you not to?
No. I just want to understand. I want to understand the Black Fang spear more. So.
Okay, well, this is not it. So none of these things seem related.
Yeah, but it's like equally as dangerous, I guess. Or because
I don't know. He's technically touching one. So they're not equally dangerous, right?
Also, it's kind of implied that these are things he wouldn't even touch.
I mean, he's not using them to go get his daughter, is he?
Okay.
Right? There's a lot in the scene that answers a lot of these questions. I'm just saying. I wonder why you don't look at them. So,
well,
that's my questions, because I look at things like you deciding that Bastille should jump into water. And other such sensations like banishing your resource, and I think, what are you trying to say about Bastille? Because if it's a suicidal tendencies, I don't really want that in my game, because I think it's a bad tone to send to the world. So what is it? Talk me through this. Right.
Okay, so he's going to... Well, he is already standing up after that strength check.
Oh yeah, 100%. You weren't even phased by that. Yeah, you weren't even phased by her telekinesis this time. You've adapted like the Borg.
Yeah, I guess he's going to be really close to grabbing it by the time all this Serene thing happens, and then he's going to turn around and say, he'll say, he'll see the teleportation magic being used, and he'll think about the wards and how strong they must be. And he'll turn around and he'll say to Magna, how about you remove that limiter instead? For my god.
It's up from Serene. Like, he definitely has done that thing where he's like obviously attempted to help you back to your sheet, but mostly left to your own agency. And then when you say that, he stands back up and like leans on the staff again, the spear I should say again, and says, "They are not welcome in Omen."
I think Omen would disagree. She is the Phoenix, after all.
He raises an eyebrow and says, "Your attempts at mitigating my judgment have fallen on deaf ears, Bastiel." And he'll say your full name, but again, me trying to wrap my mouth around, is it, what's Gilliander? Is that it? Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Bastiel is Gilliander. You have welcomed her. I have not. You are free to worship her anywhere else.
Is obsession not worship?
Is that what you say? It's obsession, not worship?
Yeah, referring to the people of Omen.
And he goes, many of us are drawn in and caught up in many of life's mysteries. I would not hold their curiosity against them. As he like gestures around the room, the fact that you and Crumbar were halfway towards objects. But I did my part in warning you of the consequences I was aware of. But your life is not in my hands. It is in yours. It is not in your God's.
Alright, now I'm close up to this thing. What is it? Can I kind of take my blacksmith side to it? Get any extra details about how you would wield such a thing? What?
It has a handle, right? It kind of looks like almost a tiny bit cutlassy, but like a kind of squarish looking blocky cutlass handle, right? And then the blade is quite like almost like a very big kind of like a big butchery style, like a butcher blade, but like a cutlass butcher blade, right? If that makes sense. If you forge those images together, but the whole thing is like dripping and like reforming.
It's like almost like Mercury.
Yes. But it is a dark metal, not like a shiny metal like Mercury.
Yeah. But that kind of like
that
it's
liquid
forever
metal.
Fluid. Yeah.
But
okay.
it looks like it's only dripping like in and out of like almost as if it's dripping over, like melting over the chains, but then just like being reabsorbed. So the whole thing doesn't look liquidy. It does look like a solid blade that does leak.
Okay.
Okay, so the Terminator from Terminator 2 is in a blade. Let's not play with that.
What?
Let's.
Okay. I'm going to size it up against my axe, and can I do an Arcana check for if it's cursed?
No, you wouldn't be able to tell that with Arcana.
Okay.
I also feel it's definitely cursed. It's got a chain around it.
You can tell though, just from your background, that it is clearly just, it looks like a normal silver chain that he's wrapped it in.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Silver. Oh shit, silver. Okay. I'm scrutinizing and I'll shout out to Maratus without like taking my eyes off of it. I say, Maratus, what kind of blade would turn on its own wielder? I don't understand. What's the point in crafting such a thing?
Bastiel, get away from it now.
Maratus, you don't know me well enough.
You are my brother, Maratus!
I get a feeling I'm not going to get to know you because you're going to touch something that might turn you into a pool of liquid metal. Get away from it. Bastiel. Now.
Bastiel's at the flowchart where he's hovering between the two options. Damn it.
Can claim for my intervention?
I mean, I think you know that you can't because of where you are.
Your gods aren't getting in.
That's not to you, are you? That's to Bastiel's question about using divine intervention. So while you're mulling that over, because you, Arya, what were you saying? Sorry.
I was just gonna half say, well, sigh and say, maybe we really should trust the people here that know about Omen and know about these things. Just this once.
I'm squinting my eyes and as close as possible. My
Arya feels his curiosity might hurt him.
Fine, just this once.
Thank you.
Killing yourself.
I suppose I can do how the locals do and forgo my faith in this faithless land.
You will beat that fly, Ryan. You will. I
Honestly,
believe in you.
It's like I have opened a window so it can leave, but I just feel
it's
like
gonna just call in friends.
will come in. But I'm like, I don't like killing insects. I don't think it's not nice. So I'm like, you can leave. Fuck off.
Dude, it's the light. It won't leave.
Well,
darling.
A few nights ago, you guys should have seen me. It was hilarious. Apparently, at night, if bees do get attracted to sources of light,
yes,
it's really odd. But if they get really confused, they can. So I ended up with one in my room.
Oh god.
And the way I managed to eventually get it out, mind you, I don't know for a fact. I think I might be like quite allergic to bee venom because I was dealing
really
quite badly with just bee products when I was young. I got much better, but still. So the way I did it is I turned every light source off, opened my window very widely, and then used my phone to point that out, and then it kept coming towards my phone. So
You've lured it out.
Signal on the bee.
Not just, but I did wonder if my neighbors, like across the
the bee whisperer. Okay.
That I was trying to do something. But yeah, so if anything about this fly, worst case scenario, all lights off.
Yep. I mean, that is my next plan. I just can't quite do it now.
Out the window.
Because I'm somewhat busy now. So
I also...
we can do the stream in the dark.
I was going to say, I also have a wasp in the room story, but I'll leave it for another time.
I'll just turn off my lights, right?
would like to go and check on Serene and kind of like...
God, I feel so much more sinister now. Maybe I should put my hood up.
Oh,
Ryan, no. Ryan,
dark
don't
and edgy. Don't go to the dark side.
No,
look at me like I'm some kind of weird thing from the city.
No Palpatine.
No.
Way. Fading away.
I am buying you a green screen hoodie so you're just a suspended head and arms like a fucking haunter. And I'm just gonna be like, it is done. He's powerful now. He's too powerful to be destroyed.
It's ridiculous. So anyway, back in the game that we're in this mysterious moment.
Maratis is now ignoring Bastiel because he's like, this guy, I can't. Let him go. Let him go. And I'm just going to focus on Serene and like, okay, that was scary. I've never seen it in effect, but I've heard this. And I'm just like, want to check her over and just be like, because I think I'm another relatively tall person, so I'm just trying to keep her up. I'm like, yo, you good? Just like looking into her eyes, like, are you with me? Are you with me?
Yeah, kind of just look back and just like, I'm fine. Just
you don't need to lie. It's all right not to be fine. It's scary.
I'm fine.
Magna then says, on your way out, if you speak to my aide, she will see that you are healed.
We should do that.
And I would recommend that you do not try and breach those magics again.
I still have some questions, Magna.
Such as?
Before we go.
I mean, I'd say them now then. Yep.
So, first one that I want to talk to him about is...
Nope, just go for it. Why not? Fuck it. Let's see what happens. So I think the scene currently is Marias and Serena are not limping, but essentially, yeah.
I'm trying to get her out of the room. I'm like, she's done. She's done for the day. We're leaving.
Like, Magna, I've been wondering for a while, how is Eremos doing?
He just stares at you, and then he says, "Are you not busy?"
He helped me vastly in Forge.
Magna raises an eyebrow and goes, "You must be mistaken."
Yes. He's been here the whole time.
Magna's grip, for what you can tell, tightens on the spear, and says, "Your belief and familiarity with this entity you call Eremos is misplaced. Paladin, go and attend to your duty, and I will go and recover my daughter from the fate you assisted her in meeting."
I will do, but I have to ask if it's like we now appear to have your approval on completing this task.
He gives you a look and he cuts you off and says, "I have never stopped you in your attempts to assemble this artifact. In fact, a meeting we both had not so long ago where I rescued you from a folly attempt at transportation. Again, we discussed my part in your adventure."
If it so be it that some of your companions
He raises an eyebrow.
were, the governors of the cities.
I mean, it's still gonna, like, you're saying companions to him, it's foreign speak.
Your governors, if any of them were to attempt to stop us.
Why would you give them cause to stop you? What would you be asking of them or their... what's the word I'm looking at? Charges. Or their charges that they would feel the need to stop a paladin? Be worthy of your title and no one will stand in your way.
I'm just gonna nod to that. They're like, let's hope titles are enough. And I'm just going to turn around and walk away.
Is everyone leaving the room?
Yeah, I was gonna say before leaving, I'd like to. I'd like to speak to him again, just kind of.
Yeah, let's say everybody else has left, right, and then you can head back in, right? So you're like.
I just want to reach into the pocket and pull out my plane shift scroll.
Okay.
And I know, Kirsten, that this only works for Serene, but Serene doesn't know that it just works for her. I think.
We'll just assume you snuck that in too, right? Because that would definitely have been left in that room.
Oh yeah. Yes. I'll just say I've got it then. It's with my stuff.
So you can let's have the scene where everybody heads into the hallway, waiting on that lady to return again, and then you head back and you say like, Maras, like 1 minute. You head back into the room.
Yeah.
You see like Magnus there, like with like magical sigils as he's like carving into the floor, like the actual floor itself scraping.
And sort of, Magna, just I wanted to say thank you for saving me from my foolishness. I have a scroll which might be of use to you in your search for your daughter, if you would so wish it.
At that point, like it kind of stops, and like the kind of the scraping of like that almost chalkboardy sound as like you can see like the marbles being carved into magic sigils. And he looks up and he says, "We are all victims of our own curiosity. You have little to apologize for."
Thank you, but I would like to do something to thank you.
Kind of nods. What does your scroll do?
It's a plane shift scroll. I thought you could use it to.
Yeah, there's a look that crosses his face, and he says, "Do I wish to know how you came by such a thing?"
Probably.
He smirks at that.
I don't say anything else after that.
No, he smirks at that and he says, "If you are willing to part with it, do you not require it for your tasks?"
Well, to be honest, I would have used it to do what you're doing, so I think it would be.
Like his face softens when you say that a little. He says, "Then I would accept this gift."
It's with my thing. Should I give it to your assistant?
And then, like in front of you, appears the table where all your stuff was set. He just waves his hand, and it just appears.
Is all my stuff on it? Or just
all your stuff, yes.
I'll like rustle through my bag and find it and pull it out and offer it.
He looks over it and he goes, "Very intriguing. I believe if we both survive what is to befall us, I would inquire further on how you came by this. But let us wait until we are both in a more fortunate position where we can waste such time." He kind of nods.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'll just nod and. And another time when there aren't such high stakes.
And then, like, you can clearly see, like, he's obviously tense, pensive. Like, there's a lot going on with this guy when you're like up close. But there is definitely like that vibe of gratitude. Like, you're making his day easier. So yeah, and then like the table's like already dismissed as soon as you found what you were looking for. And he goes, "Your things are where you left them. I appreciate this. I will not forget the part you played."
Thank you. I hope you find your daughter soon.
As do I. Good luck on your quest, but I would recommend you rely on your skills and not luck. He nods.
Kind of just nod, kind of a little mini bow back, and then just leave.
Yeah, and like you guys are then like taken away by obviously this lady. we'll pause you guys there because the scene.
I had a thing I wanted to do.
Yep, I'll deal with that later. But you have left that room, and he finishes carving the floor. Unless you're gonna like punch your guide out and run back into that room, Bastille.
No, it was when everything else was going on. I was just committing the design of the sword to memory, so I can remake it myself.
Sorry, who's carving the floor?
That's fine. This all sounds like stuff after. So we should
Magna.
every So Magna finishes carving the floor, and completes all the sigils, and then puts like his hand down, uses the spear that changes size into a dagger, cuts his hand, and a mixture of like ink and blood obviously drip from his like inked up hand now that he's cut it with that blade. It all drips into like the carved pools, and it all, this kind of like black and red twisty mix all fills all the sigils that he's carved. He looks at the scroll, tucks it into his, the fact that Magna is baller enough to just wear that purple robe around his midriff. The dagger forms back into a spear, summons his black staff in his other hand, and then a massive red column appears from the floor, and in he steps. And then there's like, from the kind of the roar of the fire and almost sounding like screaming, constant screaming, he steps into that and it goes and seals. And all the kind of floor sigils like just magically repair themselves as if it had never been done. That's where we end that session.
Oh no. Oh. He went straight there. Oh god.
Also,
yeah.
Another teleportation in the city you're not supposed to be able to.
Yep.
Well,
just who gets these key cards that can ignore it?
The fuck you want in your own house, then what?
That's true.
So, what would you like to call this session?
Oh.
Oh, goodbye, fly.
Fairly well.
What shall we call it?
Yeah. So what was the I would say, what was the standout moment for everyone in that scene, I guess, or that session, I should say, from the beginning to the end?
Magna saving Serene, and Serene having a moment with him.
Okay. Okay.
How I'm absolutely surprised that freak out about how I can't use Revivify in this room.
Yeah.
Sort of thing. So.
Yeah. I was just like, both our healers are unable to do magic.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'd realised that until right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That was scary. From that point of view.
Yep.
That's pretty hard to beat.
Why is it that everybody in that room was like, I want to touch it?
I don't know.
I want to touch it!
Want to touch all the things?
The big red button!
no,
You have to push
know
it!
what's behind the
You
curtain.
have to push
Oh my
it!
Why
What's
is all
behind
of
that
your
curtain? I
immediately
need to
instinct
know.
to be like, I'm
What's
going
the
to touch the
fear?
thing that literally will heal me like a fucking banana? Like, no!
Oh dear. So I think Magnanimity.
Why am I the only one with survival?
God, I can barely say that word.
That's why we need you.
Yeah, I'm realizing that.
Magnanimity.
Oh
Yep,
no.
Yep. So I think that one. Yep. So that naming was easy. Right. So goals. Let's have a quick look at them. Get a new Eye of Janus. That seems like a good goal that Magna just gave you again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Does he want to highlight it in a colour? Is he the one who taught Rosira that?
There you go. Right. So flaws with the wards.
No.
No, but they seem. I mean, they're interesting. At least the ones around Omen.
They seem to pick and choose who has to follow them.
Maybe it's
like
every 6th minute you get like a chance to do it or something stupid like that. Maybe there's like a weird pattern to it. Who knows?
That amount of damage, and you're saying it wasn't even halved. I'm gonna be real generous and say you like quartered it.
Sure, let's say I'm real generous. Yeah.
We don't know.
Let's say you're real generous, and that's quarter of the
That
damage.
could have been an 8th. We don't know.
Like, even
maybe it's enough to kill a dragon. Should a dragon want to into
I think that's Callie is not exactly on the wrong line of thinking.
Yeah.
What would he want to stop?
We're talking ancient dragons.
A Tarask.
Guesstimate health. Please don't tell me Tarasks can teleport. I don't think we can teleport. Ryan, please confirm.
But you can teleport.
I require confirmation, please.
So, speaking of things we are aware of in this world, dragons. So we are aware they have a lot more health than Serene.
Yep.
And yeah, so you can imagine these things are designed to comfortably remove them. So yeah.
Okay, so instead of like the 9d10, you want to add maybe a 0 on the end of the 9. And then
about right.
So yeah.
Also, still interesting that there have been 2 dragons in Omen. Totally fine.
But you should get in like the regular way, just as long as you don't magic yourself in, it's fine.
And the other one came with you guys, so technically was also invited. So invitation, is it like vampiric? If you're invited,
but then the elf queen didn't take up her invitation. She brought herself, and she still teleported in.
I wonder if it is like literally a pass thing. Like I don't know, DNA scans you and goes like, these people can do the thing. The rest,
like,
no.
They've got best friend bracelets
at the door, and he's just like.
They're all actually secretly besties. The whole thing's just a ruse.
Secret decoder rings.
Yep.
Yeah.
Summon captain beneath the planet. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Love an ice dragon.
Speaking of dragons, we definitely didn't find the big one, the big shiny gold one.
Locate GGW. We have not done that yet. Nope. We have not acquired the Black Fang Spear, but it was
but we've seen it.
Is
It's cool.
Is it technically not acquired because it is a guaranteed thing we are getting?
Nope.
Well, you say that.
You said we can use it.
I don't trust him as far as I
I'm
can.
trying to convince
We have acquired it for the future.
Like we have technically acquired the hammer.
I mean,
I trust him.
Right?
Do we play semantics? Can we play with semantics?
So the thing is, here's the thing. Do you have it? No.
No.
I don't even think we can touch it looking at the way it was with Magna. Like it was like, don't touch me.
So I don't
don't
even
touch me.
just that.
You're not the right one.
I was still on the hammer, and people struggled lifting that before.
We couldn't lift it.
So it's going to be interesting to see. It's why Magna was like, "Oh, you're down to 2 things, are you? Where's all the things you told me before then? Oh, that's right. You don't have them all. Stop playing semantics and go and get them." Or semantics, not somatics. You need to play somatics to get them, probably.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pretty important.
Or subtle casting, I suppose. Yeah. Right. So that's fine. Are we changing any of those goals? Because what is your next plan? Because it kind of feels like you should leave Omen now. But now, like
so much we could.
He's gone now, so it's
to free the plant thing.
Let's not exacerbate Omen. Let's not exacerbate Omen when the king is literally not there to fix any mess that is caused.
He shouldn't be.
Or is now the perfect time?
Yeah, absolutely. Free the plant.
Right. So the wards one's the only one I'm iffy about because. Again, because I've only joined like so long ago, I'm assuming the GGW is the god that we are going to ask to wield this weapon.
Yeah.
So he is a must.
Yeah.
So
and then Black Fang Spear and Eye of Janus are in the artifact.
So I feel like they can't like literally to win the game. You must keep those 3. The wards.
Those are the words.
Flaws in the wards. I mean, they're only going to become. They were flawless. Big inverted commas around that statement. Hello again, friend. Friending. Don't know what happened.
Still going, guys.
Step going.
We're on the goals.
Yeah. Okay, cool. What have we got to so far?
The only thing with the wards is the wards were inverted commas flawless until they've been changed, and I don't know if they've been changed before. So the flaws are probably going to be as much a surprise to anybody else as they are going to be to us, because I think these things literally got made for one purpose, and this is the first time they're being shifted to another purpose. So
that is,
flaws are going to
you could
be
probably, like,
on
with Maratis' history, I'll give you enough to say that you're fairly certain that's true.
Okay, so the flaws with the words is a surprise Kinder egg of bullshit.
Yeah. And was that also more referring to things like, because there was also Forge and people teleporting into Forge.
Yeah, like it was like a catch-all. Yep, it was kind of like a catch-all because it was like tying in that Theorycraft, the assassinations one that he's had.
Yeah, like how had Eremos popped into places he should not have been able to pop into.
So what would
I don't think Eremos is of this world, so therefore the laws of this world aren't really applying to him.
Absolutely. He is a time traveler.
He is either a time traveler or a demigod, a dead god that's got awoken into a crappy human body, or potentially just a dream that started to decide to be real. It's like
just
the faith
be a 12-year-old. Like,
it's the faith in Final Fantasy X. You know, we dreamed into existence.
Is Eremos and Magna the same fucking person or something?
Oh, we've said before.
Yeah, we've had that theory.
No one asked Magna's first name. Magna was his last name the whole time. No.
His name is Eremos Magna.
Do we have something to replace? I really can't say it.
Flaws with the words.
Flaws in the words.
Flaws with the words.
It does kind of roll.
It makes me laugh so much. Do we have anything to replace it with?
Well, how are we going to get anywhere close to the spear then? Because the idea is that we reverse engineer everything that could have done that, but like without that, we have absolutely no way of even touching the spear or even starting the journey or remaking it, finding out where it came from, who made it. We don't have any access to that kind of without working with what we've seen it do, and by process of elimination, figuring out what is the only thing that could have done these things. We could just not work on the spear for a long time either way. We probably won't have it for ages.
Those are two slightly different ones, right? So Flaws with the Wards and Acquire Black Flame Spear aren't super overlappy, but they do overlap. But obviously most goals should overlap because it's the same game, right? But you could work on those separately. It's just that they do seem like they have a crossover at the fact that Eremos seemed to break the rules of like no teleporting throne room for the dwarf.
And I feel like it could maybe be worth keeping it because all the wards are about to get like moved and changed and shit.
Yeah, the Flaws with the Wards is about to be a list, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what's the outcome you would like from that goal then? What would you completing it look like to me? So because at the moment we've kind of evolved it again, which is fine, but it's no longer kind of just what we said before. Now it kind of feels like we kind of want to see what happens with the wards after they're moved. No. It's now kind of what it sounds like. Which
that's just a vehicle, so we know.
I was going to say, yeah, I don't know how you will then do anything.
I think it was more that I thought that might give us an in, as in while they're being, if we can be there and see them and watch, and like we can do more investigation-y type.
Okay.
What does that colour mean? What does that colour mean?
There are still
Why is he doing that?
Remember that you're in a city full of lots of smart people, right? He's told.
Was it more find flaws in the wards to exploit for our own personal gain? Is it less just like looking for them and finding ones we can exploit?
I feel it was an issue. Like, how are people teleporting through these walls?
Because Magna says yes or no. I get the impression that was a Magna says yes or no, just like what happened with Serene. The fact that he was able to mitigate it, not stop it, but he was able to be like, random access for a few seconds just so this doesn't immediately obliterate her.
There's also something else I want to bring up as well with that, right? So you've talked about, obviously, wards and potentially if they work well or if you can exploit them or what's going to happen to them when they're no longer doing what they were originally designed to do, blah, blah, blah. Nobody's focused on the part where, right? So how do you feel about Magna clearly able to wield Eye of Janus portals without an Eye of Janus, since you've witnessed that?
I'm concerned about that.
Right?
How's that happening?
Versus what happened in this season, like this episode this season. What happened in this episode?
Eye of Janus, though, he put down a bunch of markings for that.
Nope, but with the people, with at the meeting,
Scott.
The meeting, he just Eye of Janus everybody in, but he doesn't have one anymore.
But we're pretty sure there's 3. He said both.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. Where's
on that.
just to cover for my third for me because I wasn't here for all of them. One of them you had. One of them he had in the top of his staff, and the other one was in the hammer that was holding the Great Gold Worm.
Yes.
Yeah.
So who last had the hammer?
Eric Greenwood, one of our old player characters.
Right. Who could now have the hammer? Now becomes the
got tossed
question.
into the forest.
It got where?
Didn't it get flung into the forest?
No. Magna was probably this is why I've had such a stick with Magna, because he had Eric's family.
Let's say that in a more official way. He rescued Eric's family.
I was like, that's a very different tone there. One of those is kidnapping.
Yeah.
I don't know. Magna traded the hammer for the safe return of Eric's family.
Is that definite or a theory?
Oh, there's a theory. That's the theory I've played off, and that's why.
Right. So the last time the hammer was seen was in this guy's hands, and then what?
So they were exploring. The gang had went from Savine down past the side of Axis, followed the path down to about 3 weeks of traveling, and then investigated a hellhole. They were going to meet Justoria there. She didn't show up, but Magna was at a closed hellhole. He then inquired why they were there, and they were like, all right, and then he just left because I think Eric tried to give him some smack mouth and he just silenced him, and then departed. Then they travelled to Horizon's docks because they don't travel inside Horizon because fuck teleporting into that mess. The overlapping realms. So they teleported to Horizon's docks with Eric's hammer, but Eric never came through the portal. Most of that's because Callum left the game.
Right.
So Callum, who played Eric...
the last place that hammer was seen was...
From, see, pretty much where, maybe the G is, the big G of Golden...
Yeah.
Maybe the bottom left of that, somewhere.
Okay. So... My
party
question
waited about a week maybe to try and wait for Justoria to show up. They camped nearby the former hellhole, but they camped beyond the kind of deadened, warped area of the forest and stuff. And then that's when she didn't show up, go, well, let's go check Horizon for her. And then Eric teleported everybody to Horizon, and they fell through the red portal, and he didn't come through. So that is the last experience they have of that.
The question then for me becomes, who else can wield the hammer? Was it just okay for anyone to pick up, or was it like the Black Fang Spear where it's like, don't touch this, you're not allowed?
No, anyone could, as far as I'm aware.
If it was anybody.
So who did you see use it, Scott? Because that is our complete assumption. Did anyone else use it?
No.
So why are you saying MD could use it?
Because if Eric could use it, why can't anyone?
Okay, so there's the actual information that I think Natalie needed. Was you only saw Eric use it.
Eric was whoever. It's for me now. It's like, who is the nefarious asshole who got their hand on that hammer, and then their immediate thought and knowledge of the Eye of Janus was enough to go, I can literally restrain a god with this. Like, who has that level of knowledge that isn't Magna? Because at this point, I'm not convinced it's Magna. So Magna. who would benefit from this? Now, I'm just going to throw this out there. There's another cycle with a hammer that is a different colored dragon that probably hates metallics. Just saying.
Different hammer.
Still can wield hammers. Still extremely knowledgeable, and also chromatics. I don't know, Ryan, if this is canonic to your world. Metallics and chromatics do not get on. At least.
Well, as I said before, the metallics and chromatics, the metallics even have that dragon empire that they still considered the chromatics to be enemies of.
Right. So it's now like I'm like looking at the other goals. It's like, right, who benefits from locking up the GGW?
Magna.
How? He wants us to get this weapon and finish it.
Yeah, it's all over his. No, I'm genuinely trying to think.
That's why I'm like, okay, chromatics.
throwing this out here, what about Oradak?
He's in the eye of Janus that blew up.
Oh no! Yes.
See,
He's at the very least trapped in another dimension.
Or did breaking the thing get him out or teleport him into the next nearest one? Did he end up in the hammer because of that? And he's just like, fuck you, I'm going to do this.
I think he has magic anyway to free himself from such a conundrum.
He was definitely a powerful magic man. Whether or not you could fully say the scope of his powers, his skills seem to lie in memory, though, remember. It's funny me saying memory, though, remember.
Unless we just go to thinking, who doesn't want us to, well, who opened the portals, the things for Shao? Vishal is
all about him.
Vishal is the priest of the red.
High priest of the red, yeah.
Yeah.
Dramatic. You've seen him using or talking to Janus, didn't you? And he was like, yo, can I leave? And it was like, yeah, you can leave. And he went,
maybe he's like super gel of the Great God Worm because
so now,
he's a dragon too. Why can't he be a god? He wants to be a god. He's going to open all these fucking portals.
I'm now playing on the idea of like, against the words, it's more like who benefits from us not succeeding and who benefits from keeping the GGW down. Because that's the god we're going to have to use. That is the god that is basically saying, I will do the thing for you. You need to get me the thing. They are taking away a piece from us. Who does that?
Died, trying to close the hellhole. So I don't think they would. They're kind of leaning in on this, like, well, you know, we want them to stay open and consume the world. I don't think. Well, that's just what I think.
I don't think maybe the blue and the red. The blue and the red. Yeah, I don't think the blue and the red would ever see eye to eye. The blue is a diplomatic genius. The red literally kills things by existing and enjoys it by the sounds of things. Like, it's called the engine of destruction. What's the abyss doing? It's literally destroying everything. You could say they could be pen pals.
I'm 100% on Team Dragon, but also could see the red being involved.
Yes, like
100% on all Team Dragons, maybe apart from the red.
Again, I'm not going to lump all the chromatics in together. I am distinctly aware they all have very different agendas. Cerule certainly seems to be completely diplomatic. She wants to be a social climber. Maratus gets that. The green, we know there's a lot of nonsense going on with the Fae and all that stuff. The black, wherever they are.
Do the green. Yeah, let's go look at that.
The white is sitting pretty in their throne with the big magic hammer going, you got to do my work. Enjoy that. The red, to what I know from what I've watched from all this, I tried to backtrack as much as I could. There was a lot. You haven't met the red. All we know is the red literally exists and everything in a 2 mile radius of it stops existing.
No, but we know that Cerule kind of like, I think she threatened me that she'd like bring him here or something, or she'd have him do something. Or send him to fight the abyss. They're not like, they're like siblings, like legit siblings.
Her exact vibe from that was, she said, if yous don't succeed or look like yous are doing anything, or if I lose contact with you guys, I'm gonna just assume that plan fell to shit, and I'll summon my brother, and he'll just go blah, and hope that mitigates something.
He'll just carpet bomb things.
But it will be a carpet bomb, not to attack like a surgical strike.
Yeah, he will.
Yeah, she was very like, he'll just destroy the world.
Yep.
Yeah. So
can you see why she was maybe happy to volunteer her ward?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think who has the power and the agenda to do that to GGW.
Prince of Shadows.
Who he?
Oh,
fucking Prince of Shadows. We haven't talked about him in a long time.
Yeah, Black Fang Spear shit. It would be the Prince of
Perhaps that could replace.
So that was just
or maybe Crumbar, that could be yours because I know you've not got one.
For Maratus' benefit, that would be Bastiel turning to him and goes, "Wow, the boogeyman." That's the Prince of Shadows is the boogeyman.
Well, we've had Riz, so we know it's real. We know it's real.
You mean Riz blacked out, woke up and said weird people that were wreathed in shadow spoke to me? You've spoke to people wreathed in shadow.
No, he had there's that too. But
there's that too. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Maybe Pal just likes to cosplay.
To a ball inside you.
Wait, whoa. I didn't speak to people wreathed in shadow. I spoke to a god wreathed in shadow. Meaning, if anything, all things wreathed in shadow are gods and icons.
That's great logic. I like
it.
Fair. I'll give you that. I'll concede that point.
So that's where I'm now going. Is if we want to find GGW, and that is a big thing. We really need to. We need to find out who the hell would want to do this.
I'm just gonna put that out there. GGW isn't the only one you know.
But he's the one we like, and we trust.
He certainly seems like the one that I would, because lovely, sweet, gentle creature. No,
he seems great. What are you talking about?
I love him, but I would not trust him with a weapon that literally, like, he'll stub his toe on it and be like, "This is not how this works," and you're like,
we'll mention that we have agreed to give him the weapon afterwards.
Yes, I'm aware. Celeste, of course, is not going to do it. This is our task that she has given us, so she's not going to do that, which is totally understandable.
Jazz pretty much straight up said she can't do anything on that world.
Indra Lament? No. That's just a no.
Hey, what's wrong with Indra Lament?
Great. She seems...
How much can I regret this decision, Ryan? Shall we count the ways?
Scott, what were you trying to say, sorry?
So, what about Santa Cora?
Right.
Should we investigate there to see if that's where the Great Gold Worm is?
Or if someone knows
anything. Was. Yeah, I think it's probably a good next step.
Where the High Druid said they're not in Santa Cora.
But hey...
no gods and women, apparently, but I was deeply incorrect. And I'm not sure.
I also think it could... He was like, there are no dragons in Santa Cora, but we'd already had the thing from Celeste where she was like, if you go now...
Yeah,
he would be there, and we did
not go.
No,
we did not go.
Sorry, guys.
On semantics?
Guys. Celeste did not say he was there.
Oh.
I would also like to play
Amber
on
asked
semantics.
If he could find out where he is, and if he went to Santa Cora, would he find out where the Great Gold Worm was? And
we'd have to go then.
Now you will find out where he is.
There was a person in Santa Cora that could tell us, and they're not there no more.
On semantics, the Hydruid, was it, said there are no dragons. I don't believe in Santa Cora that he is perceived as a dragon. He's perceived as a god. He is perceived as nothing but a dragon in Omen because we don't like him. Maybe he's playing semantically with words. It's like, there's no dragons. There's plenty of gods.
Yeah, to be fair, he also said your princess is gone. So, I don't know.
I don't know
that. But he did give us the Rod of Pat, what seemed like a great expense to his essence. So, it's a weird one.
Yeah,
it might be that
I enjoy him.
He doesn't, like, he's not telling us the truth for that, but it's like a protective kind of.
Also, in nature, could be you perceive something in the moment, it changes things. Yeah.
He's wild.
He's telling you lies, or you're just not asking the right questions. It's like, I can only answer honestly, but you need to ask the perfect question.
Yeah.
And it's one of those, I don't know.
I feel we have drifted away from.
That's okay.
Those are the worst.
It's okay though. It's all relevant at least. It's good to like share what you're thinking, without just ambushing people in the moment. Right. So, are any of the general goals changing? Going once.
No.
Nope. Go twice. 3 times. Good. Personal goals. Find out the cost of freeing the plant being. No, but at least Isla made some work on that.
I think the cost would be all the plants in Omen die, but sad thing in Red Bull no longer sad.
No, I don't think that would just be that. I think to break that out, we must find out where it is, and whatever is above it might end up a massive freaking crater when it's empty, when it's free. They are free, whatever.
True. Also fair.
The plants might be the smaller price.
Mm-hmm.
Bigger price might be whatever is on top of it.
Imagine like Magna literally just leaves and just pull that thing
out
and Omen just
like literally like fucking kaiju problem in the middle of Omen.
I left for 5 seconds. What? Oh dear, so good. Right, okay, so we're still working on that. Okay, Bastiel, exchange information about the Phoenix. That still seems to be ongoing. Still something you could do.
I probably shouldn't though.
That's fine. It's up to you.
The second they found out it was a god, they'd just stop and be like, "Oh, this is hippie shit."
Yeah, probably. Like that's fair. That's a fair assumption. Right. Right, Serene, what is in the plants? That still seems like it's an ongoing as well for now, unless you want to change it.
I really want to know what's in the plants, even though it pretty much just seems like a side quest, but I don't care.
No, I want to know.
I need to know.
We know it seems sad and desperate and frustrated, and we just want to hug it.
Yeah.
And what if it wants to hug you so hard that your bones turn to nothing?
That's
fine. Okay.
No, it's not.
It needs a hug.
I am going to have to teach survival instincts to this entire group.
Just to the players, yeah, not even their characters, just the
I
players.
know.
Yeah.
Ryan, I need an adult.
Hey,
Not adult.
this is how I've only managed to keep 2 of the original gang alive. Okay?
Fucking hell, man.
And it's up to you if you work out players or characters. So yeah, Rumbar, do you have an idea for your goal?
Yeah, I was thinking.
The class. Thinking. Talk out loud. For the stream. Speak with your words. Hearing no scope.
So investigate religious leaders in Santa Cora.
For what?
To find out which ones, if any of them, would give indication to not liking the GGW. So obviously they'd be like, I'm going to have you chained up, or...
Yeah, so basically...
he's wanting them as a collective.
So what you're trying to do is look for somebody with a motive against the GGW in Santa Cora, amongst the religious leaders. Can anyone make that a shorter statement? Because that seems so clunky. One that we don't lose the context of, several sessions down the chain. So it really is because investigate motivation.
Grudge? Question mark.
Yeah, grudge isn't that's quite a good summary, right? So it's like investigate motivations, investigate potential motivations against you the way you in Santa Cora. Is that the goal?
Yeah.
I think that's the goal, right?
So how's that? Find person with grudge in Santa Cora.
Nope, there's loads.
Against who?
Let me see if I can reword that then. So investigate Santa Cora. I guess religious leaders. Oh, that's not how you spell that. For motivations against GGW. It's very wordy, but I don't know why.
The most wordiest goal, but yeah.
No, there was wasn't there a Rod of Pa, Brotherhood of Pa, Rod of Pa one, which I really enjoyed.
Powerful.
It was so good.
Pa.
Are you happy with that? The wording of that then? Because the qualifier is you're going to go noise up some religious leaders about grudges. Cool.
Oh, I'm going to go noise up all of Santa Cora.
It makes sense. The GGW has his own little bit, and then all the other gods get rammed into one place altogether. So he gets the special treatment. It would make sense.
Why do you get a bit? I want a bit too. And if you get a bit, then I also want a bit.
Kind of. Somebody might have that feeling.
I think how cheap the rent would be down next to the Abyss as well, right? It's probably going to be quite good.
Yeah.
So Maratus, learn about mastering or removing the Elf Queen connection. Are we keeping that or replacing it? It seems like there's a lot going on.
Yes. Hopefully Maratus isn't going to see the Queen any fucking time soon and really doesn't want to think of her. So probably get rid of that. But I don't want to be the total mama's boy and just have my goal be remember to message mummy every night before bed.
Yeah, no, that is not a goal. You can shelf that one, just chuck that in the ideas pile, because I don't think it's a bad thing to keep up, an eye on. I think it's quite good. But anybody get any ideas what Maratus could be doing, or does Natalie have any ideas what Maratus could be doing more immediately?
Making sure the team don't die.
No, that's
some kind of survival training.
Oh dear.
Learn how to quickly physically restrain party for stupid antics.
Good luck. Especially with I was gonna say Bastille had an amazing 21 versus a 6, was it? For telekinesis.
So good.
Oh
yeah,
man,
that was
so good.
Never again.
Yeah, no, right. Straight up adapted though. It was definitely. Oh, I succumbed to this once. What are you talking about? Never again.
Yeah.
I'm gonna investigate the Dudagar.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I like it.
Good thinking.
Please tell me how you spell Dudagar, because I'm going to do this wrong.
It's okay. To what end? What would let you know you've done that?
Like that.
I would like to know the kind of basis of where they started, the general like lures the that is yes, that's how I will put that in. I promise, Scott.
Yeah.
You know, the stories that were written about them, but try and probably primarily stick to the stuff that wasn't written by dwarfs, because they probably played it off, if I remember, as you said, as ha 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 ha, the propaganda. So very much like look into what they're capable of. Like, why is Mum so scared of them? And like basically, what am I going to be potentially up against down there if these things are still alive?
Yeah, capabilities study that way. The party are kind of aware of that, so that's more of a conversation they can just loop you in on, right? Because they technically know what they're capable of. They haven't seen it firsthand or not, but they know a lot of those answers that doesn't really qualify as a goal. But you investigating whether or not they do still exist or not is a goal, if that makes sense. Because the party don't know that for definite.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Like, so you could bring up your Duragar like investigation with the party. They could lean in with the info, because as I said, like Arya and Bastiel got loads of info about that. Even like Rhaenyra helped them a bit with that because he'd read the Hollow Citadel, which was a book on them. So you could even obviously like once they tell you that, you could then go and chat to like Rhaenyra and stuff, because assumedly he's still contactable. He didn't jump on the bus to hell, so yeah.
Is that one? Investigate the potential existence of the Dudagar, because we're not 100% sure they exist.
Yeah,
or are we 100% sure they exist?
I would say what you want to do is investigate whether or not they still exist is a better worded goal. Okay. Does that make sense? Because that gives you your exact qualifier of when you learn that, you will know, and you get XP. Potential is always a bad word to add in a goal for a qualifier.
Okay. Thank you, darling.
No problemos, but that makes sense. But other stuff, they could just turn around and tell you that, so there's no point in making you get XP that easy, said it. Right, and Bastiel, you've changed yours. What we got? Yep, that's fine. That works for me. So find out what the Hydroid has to say about the Phoenix. Yep.
I have something I want to do for just like a player development moment, a character development moment, but I just need a DM ruling. Like if you have like dark vision, for example, you cast a spell and you look through a telescope, do you still have it, or is the range like factored in?
I don't know. That's super interesting, right? Because I suppose the difference is dark vision is in horrible basic mechanical terms. You're getting to use your eyes closer, so would the dark vision start closer? That's a really interesting physics conversation, but I feel like if we treat dark vision like you have torches taped to the side of your head, you're looking through a telescope, it doesn't make that light go further, really. So yeah, it just lights up the 60 feet in front of the telescope. Things beyond that would still be... You'd still not be able to see them. Does that make sense? I think that's the most...
Yeah.
I think that's the most 5e simple integration. Whether or not that's what I believe in real physics doesn't have a place in 5e. So, yeah. I don't think you can... Obviously, it's a bit like saying, if I enchant my eye to be removable and then chuck it into the darkness, can it still transmit back? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know how that works. Right? So...
I'll send you what I was seeing in the private chat.
We can talk about that later. Yeah. Any other goal chat that I need to be aware of now? Or is that it? That sounds like that's it. Everybody happy?
That's us, yeah.
Good. Perfect. Wrap up chat time. Serene. Start us off.
Oh, almost died.
Check
that out. Yeah, it was more of a player thing, but I just really wanted to.
Oh, it was good.
One of the things.
Good. I liked your rationale going, I don't give a fuck about the fee. Like, it's good. It made sense.
That was amazing.
I don't care if this fey dies. Bad as that sounds, I don't like them. But yeah, I didn't realise that summoning them but yeah, it makes sense that it's definitely teleport.
Yep.
So
it's a good thing for the party to see as well, because that's kind of like the red shirt dying in the scene, right? Like, not to diminish Serene in any way by that, I just mean it's the same concept where you've got someone testing something and going, oh, that didn't quite kill you. Isn't that good to know that even summoning or banishing seems to do the same?
Yeah, like it's not you that's even teleporting, it's you like So
that school of magic is a no-no.
So yeah, it was definitely good to know. Yeah, it was good meeting Magna again.
Yeah, you seem to connect. Yeah, it was good.
Oh yeah, we're best mates now. I don't know, yeah, would have been good if we could have managed to get our hands on the spear or something, but he's got it, maybe kind of almost in his hand.
Yeah, almost.
Yeah, really, really excited to see what we're gonna do next.
How do you feel about Isla's little adventure?
Eve Omen.
I don't know what was.
I said, how do you feel about Isla's little adventure?
Oh God, so jealous. No, it's very.
I'm sure you were sat there
it should have been a serene moment.
I'm sure you were sat there going, I'm so glad I didn't go.
Yeah. No, I'm very concerned about what it is. But it seems nice enough, so maybe it doesn't seem evil. Maybe. But it is big and glowing and red. Like
nothing imprisoned is ever evil.
No, never.
Definitely
never
not
evil. It's nothing. It's definitely not the source, though. I've no idea what it is, but I want to. So
good, yeah. Anything else, my dear?
No, that's it.
Moratas.
Oh, I'm gonna need to get those little, like, the child lead things that you get on every fucking one of these guys, aren't I?
Yeah.
All of you.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Just like, it'll be like that meme with the person all tangled in them, and that's gonna be Maratis, just like, stop. Oh, sweet. I'm in an armory of the gods and bad things, and oh my god, there is actually the holy arsenal of things. I pray, Ryan, please don't put us there ever. I can't. I won't be able to handle that.
Take us there.
Touch all the things.
No, please. Arse will help me. No, Arse will actually rip you apart. No, please, Ryan, I'm begging you.
So can I just highlight that does Scott want to tell Natalie that he actually is bound by the dwarven god of justice that he technically needs to bring first?
Yeah, so we're probably going to go there.
Yeah, we've got a thing.
A problem to deal with first called saving the fucking world. And
I also like that no one's goal was to get Moreno away from Omen. I like that. I like that you are completely comfy with Moreno in Omen until you leave, which is good. Just don't leave him behind.
Yeah. No, I'll make sure. I will grab the pretty boy and drag him away. No, that was great. It was nice to have a wee moment with the mum having an emotional kind of like what was a severe emotional reaction for her. Considering I am somewhat aware of how OP she is, for her to be scared of something, I'm like, oh, so that'll kill me in like 2 seconds. Also, just the getting to see Magna and how OP he really is, being able to look at the guy is like, I look up to this guy. I aspire to this man. This man could kill me with a thought. Kind of interesting. Please don't play with the plant orb of doom. Please don't. That genuinely worries me. Because one little bit, because Ryan's conversation at the start of all this madness that he doesn't like plants. So I'm like, it's not going to be a big plant monster because he won't make it a big plant monster because he doesn't like those things. So it just makes me go, so what in the fresh hell is in there?
So it's something cute that the plant
something nice.
It'll be adorable.
Mega Poppy is free.
Here's my question to you, beautiful ladies. If it isn't something cute and lovely, and its immediate reaction is, I am going to literally murder every living thing in Omen. What do we do?
It's fun.
If we just shout at everyone to get out of the way, we just like, just move.
Everyone
has been trapped. It needs to get out.
Teleport out, right?
No. What if it? That's what I'm saying. But what if its agenda isn't I'm going to leave? What if its agenda is I'm going to now kill everything on this island?
I'm concerned about that.
No,
however, yeah, Hannah is concerned.
I just want to know.
I just want to let it out. That seems so
if we
sad.
Yeah.
Yes.
You wouldn't like to be kept in a weird red bubble thing. It seems no fun.
I know, but I would like to wonder what I did to get in the big red bubble, because that's the thing. I'd like to know why.
All I did was be powerful. It's fine.
It did.
That's not fair.
Did it?
Powerful and nice.
Also,
are you sure about that?
Here's a small saving grace. What if though? If you choose to free the thing, it's likely
it's a good
going to
thing
be,
and it helps us.
but it's likely to be weak if it's been drained a lot, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So here I
Running a whole
the problem to you.
That is not
to
an
you beautiful,
endorsement.
beautiful ladies. No. To you, lovely, lovely ladies. So let's say it does get out and it does have nasty agendas and it's a weakened little poor baby thing, and every wizard and omen turns up and fucking ends its entire career. You literally let it out to die.
But it's better
still
than
being
stuck in there and being
right. So now we're going on to the Bastille train of I just kill it, that frees it.
Yeah.
The Bastille was right all along.
It all comes back to Bastille.
It'll be nice, and we won't kill it and let it go, or we let it out and it's mean and we kill it and it's been freed to the world. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm convinced. I mean,
I am unconvinced, considering one of your first things to do was I'ma touch this thing that the big guy that's very magic says don't touch.
It's fine. I didn't die. It's totally fine.
It did it. It's just, I only just had to roll 9d10 damage against myself and managed to get 2 10s in that, which was pretty awesome.
2 10s.
I've got plenty of health left. Don't you worry about Serene.
No, Maratus is going to worry severely about this entire team, because that scene told Maratus one thing majorly, which is
worry about them.
What the actual fuck is wrong with these people? I think I'm sheltered. Oh my god, they're idiots.
Now you can see Arya's stress levels tangibly.
Oh, Arya, me and you are just gonna sit and drink very heavy dwarven brandy at the end of every freaking scene at the night and just be like, nope, can't do it. You're taking care of the kids tomorrow. I can't do it today. No. Yes,
we can't.
it's your turn. It's your turn.
We need to stay sober because they're idiots. No.
And we will be drunk.
All right, we feed it to them and get them drunk and make them sleep for longer.
Yes.
I don't know, but we're going to have to sit down and have a proper mum and dad talk of how we deal with the kids.
Excuse me. I might not be smart, but I am very wise. So don't you worry.
Who's the one that needed to roll 9d10 damage?
And I was fine.
It was a very wise thing to do. I was very aware of what I did.
My wisdom caused me to take 60 damage. It's fine though.
Yeah.
I love
Such
you
a nice
so
round
much.
number.
I know as well, but I love you all so much. But I'm so afraid for your lives. Like Maratus is probably going to get hurt protecting you at this one because he's just looking
What
at
was
you
it
going.
your mother said to you again? Do you remember her words earlier in the session at the start? Your companions are like,
Yeah.
Yeah, a liability essentially.
Please. I don't want to see you as liabilities. I want to see you as alive and healthy people. Please.
Good luck.
Okay.
Bastille going to be scrap metal. I don't like that idea.
Oh.
No.
Maratus, anything else?
I love you all. Please be safe. IRL and in game. I love you all.
Oh.
Yeah, much love in return. Isla.
I'll let the plant thing out. I'm really enjoying just being able to go. This spell isn't supposed to do this, but I'm gonna try it.
Yep.
And I equally like it when it goes well and when it goes terribly.
And
what
I like is, how do you feel that went? Was that terribly or well?
Oh,
right?
I think that went really well, despite the fact I failed all of the things. It's like, cool. This seems... I got more information out of this than if it worked as I'd thought it was going to.
I also feel that Isla would do really well in Omen, because I'm pretty sure that's how they learned most of their new magic, was just like, this isn't how this is supposed to work, but fuck it, let's go.
We do it enough, it's going to be written down by somebody.
Yeah. Yeah, plant thing is interesting. I agree. Like, the visual, I was like, oh god, no, it's evil. Kill it with fire. And then I spoke to it and it's like, oh no, god, it's adorable, we need to save it, protect it. Baby.
I like it, yeah.
It's like Moreno. I feel like I do this with NPCs. I'm just like, oh no, it's adorable.
Have to protect
keep
the
it
precious,
safe.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I do see. I do see all the concerns about, but it's like it doesn't seem malicious. It just seems like sad and trapped, and that's not cool. Even if it's help powering a city, it's not cool to keep things trapped.
Yep.
That's not okay.
It's not great. It's pretty bad PR.
No, I feel like the moral high ground is not being held.
So, like, see on that note then, right?
I'm
Let's look at that, right? So if you think this is in some way powering the city in any aspect, right? If that's your kind of like position, roughly as a group, then what's the kind of temperature gauge on you guys and Magna currently? Because obviously there seems to be a lot in the column of good and bad and unconfirmed, right?
I was, everyone being like, oh no, he seems great now. No, still evil. Don't like him.
Yep, as your eyes crack.
I'm still, firmly on. Ooh, I don't trust him. I don't like it. I think I maybe, for some reason, have an issue with all authorities. It isn't the authority I follow.
Yeah,
funny
weird
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting. Yes, I still think I'm on team. I think Omen's weird. I think it's creepy. I don't know what's going on. I don't like it. I'm really enjoying it, but I know it's creeped out by it. Why is nothing natural? And yes. So I'm still on team. I don't trust him.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's fair. It's like the team dragon, but there's no red in the coloring of it. It's just all the other colors that aren't red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's not stupid. She acknowledges that the red, like, she's not like full.
And keep in mind,
all dragons are great.
Your patron, as it were, right? I am, if I use the term in Cyril. Her fallback plan seems to be her brother, right?
Yes.
That should scare people.
Yeah. That seems like that's the nuclear option.
Yes, 100%. That is literally her saying President Cyril being like,
everything is lost.
Yep, activate the nukes.
You didn't win. You didn't win.
Yeah. I know there are flaws potentially with Team Dragon, but I'm willing to overlook them.
Of course. Anything else?
But yes. No, lots of fun. Enjoying Omen, even though Isla thinks it's creepy.
Yeah, there's definitely an uncanny valley thing here deliberately. Obviously, it's not necessarily meant to be a super comfy place for the party. But yeah, it's good. Crumber?
Fuck, where do you actually begin?
Right. So the beginning.
Beginning was fun.
Yep, Celeste gave you that mission. Yep.
I liked the bit where got to sleep. And just what in the all I could think about is like Xenojiva when that fucking red pulse.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Fair.
The orb thing showed up, so that was terrifying. But I really want to know what's inside. So
it's the curiosity problem of a player, isn't it? It's like, oh god, this is bad, but we want to know.
I bet you it's got hundreds of sweets in it.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. Was confused at what was happening with Magna at first, but then it's like, oh yeah, kind of warmed up from a wee bit. It's almost like he's like, yes, no, what you're doing, we really need you to do, even though we still have no fucking clue what this artifact is or does or anything. So yeah,
But Magna isn't exactly going to argue with the fact that like a handful of gods seem to have given you guys the thumbs up and a pat in the back as you walk on. So, like, yeah, pick your battles. You know, I think's Magna's main motto there.
Yeah. Shit that we didn't really get any more closer to finding Great Gold Worm or getting Party a nice re-upgrade, but yeah.
Hey, you were more than welcome to go touch anything in that room. I'm just really glad none of you did.
Why? Because it would have been an insta-gib?
I mean, depending on what you touched would have depended on what would have happened.
Idea.
So, yeah.
Oh, really?
Well, obviously, they're all
well,
different things.
Shiny big hammers, so I wasn't interested.
Yeah. Nothing would have been good, that's all.
What I do wonder, though, right, is why would Arse not go after them?
Yeah, I wonder why Arse wouldn't go after anything in Omen, considering no gods
Celestial
can
weapons?
get in, right? And yeah, that's a good point. Celestial arsenal.
Stuff is not celestial. It is the opposite.
Really fucking powerful.
So yeah, it also just makes you assume that Arse can get an Omen.
So I should have
That would have been an interesting.
Just
she
hitting
was
an
still
omen
following
for
us.
now.
I should have just played an omen and seen what had happened.
She doesn't teleport though, so.
Nope. So it'd have been interesting to see if they could have legit just flew there.
Yeah, exactly.
Bounce off a bubble shield or something. Oh dear. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I think the thing to guess was Magna's collected a bunch of very super dangerous, like, you know, unaccounted for like nukes or like landmines essentially around the world, and collected them and put them in a room, saying that this is the no-no room. Right, you could just summarize that there, Scott, and that's why he's done this. You could maybe even read into that further and say even the Celestial Arsenal doesn't want these. So you could look at it that way if you wanted as well. It's hard to say based on the info you've got thus far. But yeah. And also Magna just not even doing anything to actually stop you guys doing it. Like go touch them if you want, I just wouldn't. So aye.
Yeah, that was fun. I love you.
I love you too, buddy.
Yeah.
Bastiel.
Well, I think you guys. I mean, you way overthought this weapon thing. I mean, what did you think was going to happen? I'm going to pick it up, pull the trigger on the handle, and it'll just set off a nuclear bomb. Like, this is a sword, man. But I trust you. You saved me enough times. But yeah, I'm very interested about what that could have possibly been. Especially if it was just a curse, then he surely would have just disenchanted it or something.
What if he needs them later for stuff?
And he would have stopped us from touching it.
I mean,
depends
maybe he needed us to touch them to activate something so that he could use it.
Oh my god.
His master plan, touch all my things.
That time I'm so incredibly happy that I have the Twitch points for a healing thing that I feel I'm going to inevitably need. I'm keeping this. I'm keeping this.
Yep, ever to keep your healing points for when your healers can't heal. Yep.
Oh no.
Right, Bastiel, anything else?
The other thing was that I think when we got the plane art, when Serene got that spell scroll, I was just my mind immediately went to, okay, that's probably going to save us from dying one day, and I just completely ignored like all the other options, and that blew my mind. It was like, yes, it's an amazing gift and an amazing kind of connection to form. Like that was such a good idea of how to use that scroll. I just completely didn't even consider it, so that was a great surprise.
Yeah.
And yeah, those are all my thoughts.
It is essentially one of the biggest. It's probably ignoring, god tier items that may or may not be plot relevant. It's probably the biggest thing you've had as a party, right? In terms of singular items. So yeah, it's a good gift. Definitely an impressive gift. I personally just really liked the exchange they had, which was the do I want to know how you got this? And you went, probably. It was just good.
Yeah, so good.
Oh, it's very good. It was very much my type of response as an NPC to like a player question, so I appreciated it being thrown back at me. It's good. Anything else, Bastille?
No, good.
Oh, good. And Arya.
Well, for me, it's a case of first of all being a bit confused, upset, maybe slightly betrayed. I'm not exactly sure.
You got a junkie bird.
About my bird being essentially drugged. I hope it is just for the purpose of it not flying away and getting into trouble, and that it would be absolutely fine once we leave. I hope.
What if it doesn't want?
So that's one worry. Second worry is, of course, as Maratus has experienced, we still very much are a party of, ooh, shiny, must touch. At which point Arya has to go, maybe it's not wise.
Mm.
So I like how the more things are different, the more they are exactly the same.
You could buy a couple of nets, just saying, if Maratis and Arya want to buy some nets.
Not a strength.
How rude.
No, I don't think that would help.
I mean, probably not, but it's
you
something.
just need some kind of like sleep powder. You sprinkle on it.
Sadly, it won't work on. I was going to say I don't know how it works on Bastille, but I know it won't work if it's magical. It won't work on Marath. Yeah. Elves are immune to magic sleep.
Oh, no, so Marathis doesn't need to be.
Can't magic me to sleep.
But you can chloroform Marathis to sleep because it's not magic, believe it or not.
You can normal her to sleep.
Yeah, which is amazing.
You can chokehold me out, yes. But all I'm going to say is, suddenly I'm looking at my snare and sleep spell a lot more fondly, like, I might need you.
Oh dear.
But yeah, that those are her two things that they weigh on her. And
Fair.
what's the fact that he's got.
Oh, I think I lost you there. He's got what?
Here.
Oh.
No.
Right, welcome back. Right, so again,
Is
so
that me back?
yep, so
Yeah.
it worries you, that is what we got clearly.
Oh, it also worries me that obviously we got confirmation that he's got the spear, but we still don't quite understand more about how it works and about Paramount. Hoping that next time we counter it, we would have that. So in some ways, it kind of feels like instead of getting some answers, we have more questions.
Yeah, he seems in like a weird denial about the whole Eremos spear like thing.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
We still have the book, don't we?
I'd rather it, to be honest.
I don't think so. I think you've destroyed 2 now. Maybe. I don't know. I forget. No, I think you still have 1, because I'm sure ink dripped on you and tried to magic it away and it didn't go away.
Yeah.
So you've still got
and
some
I've got a little
ink.
bottle of ink. So the spear itself looks like ink.
Yep.
When he was trying to touch it, and we have a book that's just bleeding.
Yep.
See if we can just like reach into the book and just pull the spear out of it. That'd be real nice.
Maybe wait till he's back if you're going to try stuff like that.
Yeah, please. He's using that. He might be using that.
I just
to get
like
the
Serene might have an issue with books and hell. That's all.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't there for that. I should probably keep that in mind. But Maratis doesn't know, so oh no.
And we have purposely not told you that one.
And also,
you haven't told me about the library.
Sorry, what was that, Arya?
Nope.
Oh no.
no, I was just thinking that that was just another example of touching things badly. Granted, that was not something she wanted to touch, but yeah, it just reminded me.
Yeah. Anything else, my dear?
That's about me. My brain is mush.
That's fair. That's fair. We're way over on time. I thank you all for playing, especially since we're way over on time. Thank you everybody who watched. Thank you to Hoss00312 Sept2_various things, because you seem to have 4,000 accounts. So I guess thank you for being a fan. Thanks. Welcome. Hopefully all of you enjoyed the show. Any chance if I could get 5 more, I'd hit the 200 follower mark. That'd be glorious. Thank you. So
nice.
Yeah, it'd be nice. I've never managed to hit 200. I've always got like up to like the 19 something, and it's varied up and down since then. So I've never breached the 200. So it'd be nice to go over that, even just once. But beyond that, thank you all again for playing. I'm going to end the stream. Say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Bye.